It's yeah, it's all been in secret. No one heard anything that we just said. Now we are actually
Okay.
unmuted.
All the secrets.
All the
Great. All the
secrets.
secrets.
We're purposefully muted to keep spoilers away from you all, of course.
Yeah.
What else would we be keeping from you?
And
Secrets
secrets.
to the. I meant what?
Welcome everybody to surprise, surprise, more Vampire the Masquerade Chicago by Night. Today is our 35th session called The One-Eyed King. So let's introduce this wonderful cast of Kindred, starting with V.
Oh yeah, hi. I'm Phoebe. I forgot who I was for a second. I will be playing V, the not coteries Banu Hakim.
Hi, I'm Beck, and I'll be playing Irene, the La Sombra of the group. Yay!
And I'm Ethan, the storyteller of these wonderful people and this chronicle. Our Tremere favorite will be joining us at some point tonight, so stick around until then. But for now, we'll have to deal with this dynamic duo as we did last time, which is fantastic.
Don't
We
know
love
if we
them.
could deal with this with that shit talking
Thank you.
Tremere.
And V, you've been gifted by Fluff Plays a special willpower. Thank you. That's a big number. That's not it. There we go. All right. Everybody's almost got two except for me, which is fair enough.
Yeah, good.
Use
As
my
it should
power.
be.
Yeah. Well, let's begin how we usually do with a recap of what happened last session. I will breeze through it. There was quite a lot that sort of happened, but I'll do my best. And if I miss anything, either of you can jump in, interrupt me, please, freely. And if there's anything you want to describe further or let us know that your character did that was really cool, anything like that, feel free to interrupt. So, last time on Chicago by Night, our kindred began the night with V attempting to interrogate the Blue Serpent. V brought her ghoul vampire hunter, Josephine, to assist, and the two, through some argumental discussion, brought the new kindred to become staked. Josephine took her back to her place and hid her under the basement while V returned to meet with the coterie for future discussion with the Blue Serpent later. Irene and V decided to investigate some clues they were given by Tim Roche. They were given some names to follow on the southern side. They followed these clues and even convinced a policeman to help them in their search. Together with Joseph, they found a group of homeless people who they then bought some warm clothes and food for, who in turn led them to a Nosferatu drug investigator named Felicia Page, who told them to investigate a gang of kine named the Blue Bloods to follow up to find One-Eye K. They made their way to this gang hideout, and V made their way inside, letting the beast take the reins through this scene. And unleashing her beast, V killed two of the gang members brutally, and Joseph used blood sorcery to convince the rest of the gang to leave before a big fight would have broken out. Here they learnt that Crook may know something about One-Eye K, unsurprising to our group. They went to Crook's lounge afterward, but quickly left after Crook was dragged outside and into an alleyway by Nathaniel Boardruff, a holy warrior Nosferatu who has been hunting the group for quite some time. They learned nothing from this interaction, but were reminded of the warehouse on the north side where they originally interacted with One-Eye K and their gang. They made their way there and found a bear seemingly trapped in a warehouse. Joseph used Spirit's touch in the area to feel the dealings and previous organizational feelings that happened over the past few nights. But recently, fresh anger was the emotion that was felt nearby. As the bear smashed its way through the warehouse door, the group hid. Joseph hiding in the back of the nearby green van, V obfuscated, and Irene on top of the roof nearby. The bear shifted back into its original form of the gangrel anarch, Sergeant Duncan McTavish, who furiously cursed and made their way back into the van and put it into reverse. Joseph whispered, "Where is One-Eye K?" to the sergeant before he slammed the brakes and turned back to see Joseph there. An awkward silence between them both before who knows what might happen. Tonight, our characters continue to follow the trail of bodies, an angry kindred to find One-Eye K. Let's see if they can find the elusive kindred tonight. We begin tonight's session with an awkward pause, with the van slid through the snow to a stop, screeching to a halt, and burning the smell of burning rubber sort of filling the air a little bit in this moment as the wet snow sloshes underneath the tires. The van has stopped. The doors are still open, so they're sort of fleeing backwards and forwards with the momentum of stopping and starting so quickly. Irene, you're on top of the roof nearby, some snow crunching underneath your boots. You are hidden from this angle, but you can see inside the van from this angle. You can see Sergeant Duncan McTavish leaning over, one elbow over the side, looking back at something inside. You likely know that this is Joseph, as Joseph got into the van to hide. V, you are literally next to the van by the driver's side. You can also see this. And but as you sort of make your way around to sort of observe what's properly happening in there, you see all at once this big puff of red mist that you've seen Joseph use a few times before, and it fills the entirety of the inside of the van as he does so. And some of it starts to trickle out into the air from the outside of it, and you see Sergeant Duncan McTavish open the door, and all this mist just pours out of it like a smoke screen. He coughs and splutters and steps his way out, and he has in his right hand this big Magnum revolver. You are familiar with weaponry somewhat. Or the best you know is that every other gun you've seen so far has been small, and this thing is big. So clearly the ammunition in this thing does a lot of damage. And you know he's very well equipped from your previous interactions with him. He is coughing, spluttering. You can see his red eyes as he opens them up and sort of looks around in the darkness, pointing his gun. He doesn't see you, nor does he see Irene as he sort of looks around. At the moment he points the gun towards you, he just turns it around the other way. There's a split second where it seems like he might, but he does not. Is there anything either of you would like to do in this moment? He seems to just be looking around. He will go, if you don't, he goes back, opens the back, and starts to wave out this smoke out of his van. He'll probably turn on the aircon and start blowing it through the car. And if you wait for a little while, it'll empty out and reveal that Joseph is nowhere to be seen inside. But you've seen him use this ability before.
If I can't see V, and so I'm not gonna try and approach this dude on my own because I know how capable he is with big guns, and he has a big gun at the moment. As far as I'm concerned, I've probably never seen one of these in my entire life. It's bigger than the normal ones I see, and that's enough to make me sort of go, ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
as far as you're concerned, Irene, you are familiar with medieval weaponry. Crossbows are smaller than ballistas, so you can sort of go, okay, the bigger the weapon, the more oomph it does, which is overall very accurate. So you can easily go, okay, bigger gun, I've seen them used against me. This clearly has some special purpose. You understand that. It's an instinctual understanding, really. V, is there anything you'd like to do this moment? Or just what?
I'm trying to be at like the edge of the roof, so if you look up, you might be able to see where I am. I'm ready to do shit.
I think V would have a look around to just see if like Joseph has landed anywhere near, just to make sure that Irene is in close proximity, because I'm still like broken ribbed. And the idea of being shot is kind of not ideal at the moment. So I'm gonna try and approach this as calm as possible while internally freaking the hell out. I'm gonna activate Fleetness and get ready to react at anything that I need to react at.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
I get hungry, but that's fine. Walk away, but still, like, if Duncan is like wafting out his car, she'll be like maybe 5 steps behind him and just unobfuscate, hands up. Hey, Duncan.
2 seconds.
Yeah. So now Irene will be able to see me.
Yeah.
As soon as you unobfuscate, sorry, no, you have silence of death actually, so you make
I do.
no sound as the snow crunches. No, nothing. You have to make an exceptional amount of sound actually. So in that case, no roll happens. Only when you speak is when Duncan sort of turns around. He doesn't raise the gun at you. He just holds it sort of at his side in a safety position. His finger is on the side. He's clearly well trained with weaponry. Doesn't jump at anything. He always seems to observe the situation first. And he sees you. His eyes are red. They're glowing. So he can see you through the darkness of this area. As this, it is a warehouse, several others nearby. It's otherwise completely empty. It's just a big open parking lot, basically. And the lights here aren't on either. Quite dark. Very ideal for you, Irene, as well. Meaning there's nowhere your shadows can't reach. And in this moment, he just looks at you, V. He doesn't say anything for a few moments. What are you doing here? Sorry, he has an Irish accent, actually. I've got to get into it.
That's okay.
What are you doing here?
Look, we're looking for One Eye K. I think you spooked Joseph, which fair enough.
Yeah,
He
good.
wasn't expecting anyone to. We weren't expecting anyone to be here.
Right.
Except One Eye K, who's who we are here for.
Uh-huh.
But I guess we're too late. What are you doing here, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, I was here to see if I could gut you both, but it seems like the opportunity
Fair.
has wasted itself. Unless you want to make a scene.
Nah, I think we're good.
Yeah, I think we're good for now.
Cool. You wouldn't happen. Oh,
Has he seen that I'm up
His
there?
back is faced towards you, actually, right now.
Okay, I'm gonna stay there then.
cool.
Yeah, both referring to Joseph and V.
Great.
You wouldn't happen to know where One Eye K is, would you?
I might. What's it to you?
He's pissed off a lot of people and trying to start a war in Chicago, which we're trying to stop.
Yeah, apparently you pissed him off too. Made a good deal for me to take you guys in.
Really?
Yeah.
That doesn't surprise me. Yeah, he does not like us because we keep fucking up his plans.
You'd be right. That's what I heard.
But his plans are trying to make the Anarchs and the Camarilla a lot more tension. Lots more tension. Trying to... Look, he upset a whole bunch of Anarchs that now think that Damien killed one of theirs when it was him. There's a lot of bullshit going on and we would like to get rid of it. Because wars aren't good for anyone.
Sounds like that's above my pay grade.
What would you like for this information on One Eye? Because we need to get him.
I can cut you a deal.
Okay.
But I want it official on your, what is it your Camarilla call it? Your books, whatever.
Oh, like through the Harpy?
Yeah, whatever. I don't know how you do it. It's fucking weird. I want it known that it was me who brought him in. And he's my ticket to immunity out of this blood hunt.
Yeah, we could certainly try and get that as... Try and get that... Yeah, that sounds like a... We'll try and get that to work out for you.
See, the word try is not exactly in my vocabulary. I
Understood.
would like that in writing.
In writing, okay?
Yeah.
Literally got a notebook with me. Do you
Mm,
want me to... Would you like to talk to Brett Stryker yourself?
tell you what, yes. organize a meeting for Brett Stryker, and I want you to talk to him, and we'll put this in the official papers that way. Then
Cool.
I'll tell you where he is. How about that?
Yeah.
I'm free to go, and we don't have to fucking talk to each other anymore.
Yeah. Sounds good. I'll organize a meeting with Brett.
All right, I'll wait here. He just leans up against his van.
I love him.
Cool. We will get out a phone. Would she have Brett Stryker's number?
Since you're so familiar with the prince, absolutely.
Okay,
You and the
cool.
prince have talked, and you've probably done jobs for the prince, I believe, in the past. Yeah, you would absolutely have Brett Stryker's number.
We will take a breath in, hope that he was okay with her apology from the last time they spoke, and call Brett Stryker.
The phone rings twice, and then it picks up. There's loud thumping bass music in the background, clearly the Succubus Club or some club thereafter. You can hear a voice on the other end, but it's not very clear. And then after a few moments, you hear Brett Stryker's voice come over the side. Simply says, "Hello, Brett Stryker speaking."
Hi, Brett. How you doing?
V, is it? Yes, that's right.
Yes.
Hmm.
Yeah. We've got urgent harpy business.
Oh, it's official. Fantastic,
yeah.
wonderful.
Yeah, you don't have to talk to me. So yeah, it's official harpy business. We need something on the books. We're out by the docks, if that's okay. We need to do it out here because it's very complicated. I am so sorry.
Must
for all of
I?
this. It would be really great. I'll owe you one.
I would like a minor boon from you, V.
I can do that.
You see, I'm very busy, and, my heart still hurts from everything going on, and it takes an awful lot of effort to get up moving out of this place.
I fully understand. It must take a lot of effort to have to deal with Annabelle every night.
Yes,
I understand
I
that.
have to tell Annabelle that I'm leaving as well, which is going to be such an effort.
No, minor boon sounds good.
As soon as you say that to him, he instantly perks up and goes, "All right, fantastic, wonderful. I'll be seeing you soon. Bye." And hangs up straight away on you.
Brett Stryker is coming. He'll be here soon.
Wonderful. If you is anything
I'll
else
glance over to Irene.
I'll take this opportunity to claw my way back down the building.
Give a subtle thumbs up, so if she wants to remain hidden, she
Nah,
can just see.
it doesn't matter. I'll come down.
You sort of step
Everything's good.
out of the shadows. He is entirely unsurprised to see you in the area. Says, "Thought you were around here somewhere, wondering when you'd show up. You're always here to save their asses, aren't you?"
No, they're good enough at doing that themselves. I just want to see this done with as much as anyone.
Right. He doesn't speak anymore and just leans up against the van, takes a cigar out of his pocket, lights it up, and even though it does nothing for him, continues the habit, smokes for a little bit. About when he gets halfway through it is when Brett Stryker, the limousine, arrives, parks off nearby the side, and Brett Stryker sort of goes to get out, and then you see him sort of lean up and sort of click his finger at the front rapidly. The man gets out. He seems to be an older man with a suit jacket and everything. He takes off his suit coat and he puts it on the puddle in front of the limousine just nearby the door, and Brett Stryker steps out onto the suit jacket and then over the puddle, makes his way across. The man picks up the jacket, folds it up, puts it inside, takes out another jacket, puts it over, gets himself ready, sits back inside. And Brett Stryker makes his way over, looking absolutely fabulous as usual with his sort of fur coat hanging over this red buttoned up shirt, very tight fitting jeans, and sort of brown, official, expensive leather boots, and makes his way over with it. He's got luscious, sort of browny blonde hair that goes down just below his shoulders, and surprisingly muscular for a Toreador as well. The shirt itself is straining. The buttons are doing a lot of work keeping that shirt on. And he makes his way over towards you. He has a book in his left hand and sort of a very official white feather pen. All right. What is this about? Is this something to do with this this one? McTavish sort of growls a little bit back at the harpy. And he looks at both of you.
Yes. Yeah. Brett, looking fabulous as always.
Thank you.
We would like this on the books. We'd like everything to be official. Duncan is going to wait. I'll look at Duncan before I say his name, just in case he wants to be anonymous, but he doesn't. She'll just be careful anyway.
Yeah, he sort of just shrugs.
Duncan McTavish would like to make it official that he is helping the Camarilla by getting rid of a known instigator that's causing a lot of issues that the prince is already aware of.
Political tension and violence.
Thank you. And we, as he does that, we, Irene, I, and Joseph, I'm throwing him under the bus as well, are going to make it so that he will be pardoned from the Blood Hunt. Is that correct? Look at Duncan again.
He nods, takes a puff of the cigar, blows it out. Yeah, that seems about right.
Perfect.
Brett Stryker instantly looks more lively with such juicy drama that you've handed on his lap. He perks up, his back straightens. Well, all right, isn't this fantastic then? He flips open his book and he dips the pen into his arm and starts writing in his own blood about everything that's going on here. As you say it, he nods. Well, isn't this quite interesting? I'm sure, slips the pen inside, puts the book under his arm. I'm sure the prince will very much appreciate you working with us, Mr. McTavish, and I will speak to him about getting this whole blood hunt thing sorted out for you. McTavish just rolls his eyes and gives a little bit of growl, and the harpy simply turns to you both and says, "This is quite interesting. I'm glad you called me out here. Thank you both."
You're welcome.
I'll let you know how it goes. And makes their way back to the limousine. A new suit jacket is placed over the puddle, makes his way inside, and the limousine drives off into the night. McTavish sort of turns towards all of you, flicks the cigar away after finishing it. Right. Well, in that case, you kept your end of the bargain. If this all goes well. You want to look in Riverdale, a bit further southwest of here. A little abandoned house where I met him.
Right. And you have no reason to think he won't be there anymore?
He's expecting me to bring you all in staked.
Would you like to do that?
Not anymore. My intention was to bring you all there staked and then stake him myself, but if you want to do the job for me, that's even better.
Depends if you'd prefer to have a fight or stay out of one, I suppose.
Or just watch a fight.
Yeah, look, if you do fuck this up, I am fucked. Fine, I'll come along and I'll lend you some support, but any funny business, I will shoot you in the back.
Understood.
Doubt it.
I wouldn't blame you.
All right, I need some time to prepare my things. So
yeah,
Yeah, do whatever it is you do. Go sit in your house or read some Tremere shit. I don't care.
Not a Tremere. Wouldn't do that. But
Not you.
Um,
Me no offense. Your other friend.
yeah.
okay. What time do you want to meet us?
Let's say 1 hour from now.
In an hour? Awesome.
He has this sort of large military watch that he turns, pushes in. Right. 1 hour.
Back here.
Outside the home.
Okay.
All right.
If you can't find it, just look for my van.
Look at the van. Yep. Cool.
Easy enough. We'll see you then.
Till then, he stiffens up, almost as if he was about to salute you, decides against it, and then makes his way off. Gets in the van. The back doors are still open, so they still flop around as he drives the van backwards and out into the street and past it all. You're left alone in this moment.
I think we're actually better off for just being by ourselves this time.
Yeah. Yeah, Joseph was probably smart to get out of his boot.
Yes.
The back of that car. Can't imagine that going well if he was
No.
by himself.
Also,
even
Brett
if we were
Striker
aside.
took you remarkably well. I thought he would be a lot more forlorn about that whole affair, but
I
it
owe
seems
him a
okay.
minor burn. I owe him a minor burn now. It's yeah. A minor burn can do wonders for the soul.
You'll probably just have to go up to Annabelle and offend her back or something.
I would be better off skipping the country, but
Perhaps.
we'll see what happens. We'll see what comes first.
Who knows the way things are?
Yeah. What do you want to do now? There's a couple of things we could do.
Do you need anything weapon-wise, or do you have everything you need?
I usually go into things just with this knife, and I think, yep, I forgot to put it away. I've still got the silver knife. Not that we'll need that right now, but maybe he has a lupine in there. I fucking hope not, but I don't know. I don't know what to expect with this guy. I didn't read Shakespeare. Like I fell asleep in those classes.
Yeah, Shakespeare's not all that worth it. I think that he's just caught up in lofty visions of grandeur, but I doubt that he'll have a lupine with him, based on the company that we've seen him keep.
Yeah, true. Very true that.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, if there's nothing we need, I suppose. Is there anything you'd like to do?
You have the time to kill. You have many options such as feeding.
I really need to eat.
Yes, we need to get you some food. I forgot about that.
Yeah, you can feed. You can use some of your lore sheets for things. For example, tally to get some weapons if you.
Yeah, that's why I asked.
You can gather an ally if you have any Mauler dots or anything. Anyone else you want to help fight with you, etc.
I think I'm leaving the Maulers for Black Site.
Ooh, the Maulers they have my girlfriend and the rabbi. They're staying home.
Fair enough.
I do need to eat.
Yes, we
before
should
we go.
Take care of that. That's probably a good idea. No one wants to hunger frenzy and eat an asshole.
No, definitely don't want to.
Imagine having that guy in your fucking head spouting out bullshit all the time. Ugh.
I just had exactly the same thought, and
at least
not one I'd like to entertain too much.
Yeah, nah.
Yeah.
Okay.
At least you'd know your Shakespeare.
Seems too pretentious to know sometimes.
Yeah.
Like you can get through life without knowing who Hamlet is and what he had to do with. Is he the one whose wife killed someone, or is that? No, I don't care.
Macbeth.
Yeah, no, that rings a bell.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, let's get you sorted. I might eat something if depends on where you want to go to get food.
I'll probably just go back to the church. If you need something, you're welcome.
Nah, that should be good. Your people are way too willing. Like in a good way, but like it was shocking.
I can understand how it would be different to the way that you tend to procure vitae.
Yeah, I'm literally out on the street begging most nights, so that was something.
It's a lot less chaotic than,
Yeah.
say, the instance with Animal's Ghoul or in the bathroom of that bar one time.
I don't
Very...
Yeah. That wasn't me going to feed, but that did end up with me feeding. It's
Yes.
Yeah.
People have different ways of going about these things, though, and I can understand it would be rather thrilling.
Thrilling is for it, sure.
Mm.
It's just like instant hangover regret constantly. But no, you should, yeah. Well, I'll drive you to your church.
Thank you. I don't mean to be a bother.
No, it's all good. I just hope that I don't think Joseph's anywhere near here. I don't know how far he can go. I'll text him. I'll just text him where we're going.
Yeah.
Heading to get food. Got to deal with Duncan McTavish. Call me when you can, and I'll send that, and I'll drive you to your church.
Yeah, twice in a day. Let's go.
It's like you guys that were disappointed I didn't feed on you before. Well.
Yeah, with herd dots 1 to 3, you can't use it more than once a week. But when you go to 4 and 5 dots, you just have so many people that you can really just call upon that quite regularly to do well. I believe 5 dots, which you have, Irene,
I have 5.
is I looked this up last time. It's like 20 to 50 people, I believe, something like that. 20 to 40.
It's 30 to 60.
I mean, come on. 30 to 60. I think we said you had like 42 or something to start with, but every night you are getting more people.
A holy number of 40.
Yeah, 40.
Right.
Yeah.
40 days and 40 nights and 40 blood vessels.
Oh my god. Write it down. And so after a quick drive there, you're both there listening to the radio station. Some smooth, relaxing music comes on as you drive your way through, watching it's quite a spectacle for you, Irene, seeing the future and what it is like, all the lights that sort of whoosh by, all the bright glittering mirrors all over the place, all this strange technology, these green and red lights everywhere, automobiles everywhere.
The way that they move is confusing.
It
They
is.
stop sometimes. Yeah.
They rumble like there's something wrong with them constantly, like there's a constant earthquake. Some of them turn off when they stop, but then just start up again. It doesn't make a lot of sense to you. The city tonight, you've been here for quite some time. It's a bit quieter than it usually is tonight, which is kind of nice for your sense of mind. Maybe more people are inside because it's getting colder, but it makes driving around here a lot easier, and it's been quite frustrating in the past. And you receive a text message on your phone, which you'll probably check when you stop driving because you're a responsible driver, I'm sure.
I was going, Irene, can you check? Never mind. It's all good.
By the
I
time
think I heard your phone buzz.
Yeah.
Do you want to check that?
by the time you park at the church, you open your phone, have a look, and it is a simple text message from Michael. Simply says, hope you are okay. Call me sometime soon. And it just has, 0x on the end of it. Simple, short, but something to take your mind off of things, as you had quite an intense night tonight. as you both
Mm.
find
Mhm.
a matter of a moment of peace in this moment. Irene slipping out of the car, making her way inside the church. Is there anyone you would like to particularly feed on, or
I am looking for real caloric energy
mm,
today. Since we're going into this situation, I want to be as hyped up as I can for it,
mm.
as awake as I can be, if that makes sense.
At your request, Little Lamb is here. She's actually been feeding on someone, Caleric herself, and as she finishes, she sort of wipes her mouth off. And as you sort of come in, do you make your request of the people? Would you like to ask her to fetch you some Caleric blood, or is it simply you're
Um,
going around and looking for it?
I think this time I will ask her
Mm,
just to sort of see, get a sense myself of like how well she knows the people and
mm,
stuff, if that makes sense.
yeah.
Almost as like a test, but it's not like malignant or anything.
Mm.
It's just seeing.
While you are like Moses parting the Red Sea, as people move out of your way actively, seeing
Mhm.
you, looking upon you as being such a shepherd to these people, to this cult, she glides like the shadow of death around them and is quiet in her movements as she simply steps through, passes quickly and slyly through them all. Not that they don't know that she's there, but it's more that holy shit. We just got a raid. Hello. Welcome, Coffee Cat Presents. Welcome, everybody, to our Vampire the Masquerade Chronicle. Welcome, everybody.
Greetings.
If you're a tabletop role playing game fan or a Vampire the Masquerade fan, you've come to the right place. Thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate
Blood
you.
drinking. Hello.
We love, yeah, we are doing some Vampire the Masquerade feeding as it should be. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Also, I love your name, Coffee Cat. I'm a coffee fiend myself. Um, and they're playing Vampire the Masquerade too. Wonderful. Everybody's
Yay.
playing the Vampire the Masquerade. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Current situation: our kindred are currently hunting a kindred who's been bothering them for a very long time. This is our 35th session, called One Eye K, and they are about to meet with one of their previous enemies who turned ally at the last moment to take them out, and they're currently feeding and preparing for finish up episode 5. Fantastic. Welcome as we feed our characters. Irene, you've asked Little Lamb to um, make her way through, and like I said, like the shadow of death, she passes through the people. It's quite the opposite of you, but she does move very similarly to the way that you do. She has quite an graceful nature.
Mm.
She barely leaves like shoe imprints on the sand underneath as she makes her way through. Very ghost-like in the
Mm.
way that she does. And as she finds a particular person, she actually grabs them and she actually holds them very close to her. She starts whispering things into their ear. She starts to, she closes her own eyes, whispers things to them. It takes about 10 minutes before she takes them by the hand. Their face is red, flustered. They are a bit giddy, and she actually brings them up over to you and does this sort of big gesture as she openly makes her way towards you, wrapping her arms around you. And would you like to
Mm.
feed upon this person?
Yes, I think the way that Irene will do this is she can see the sort of resonance change in this person with what they're saying. And so
Mm.
when they come towards her, she'll sort of get this person to, she'll ask them, tell me about your night. How do you feel? How did everything go today? What's wrong? How can I make it better for you? And as they're sort of in the throes of talking, I
Mm.
sort of hope to ignite this kind of anger or passion in them so they feel more sort of in tune with the resonance of their blood. And it's sort of when they get into the height of that passionate talk that they're sort of having with me is when I'll start to feed.
Perfect. They are an office worker stuck in a cubicle all day
Mm.
with a boss who doesn't really like them. Someone stole their, lunch that was refrigerated and had their name on it all day. And they're They have that deep resentment, that anger in them, that rebellious spirit that does ignite during this moment. They've already have choleric. They already have a choleric resonance, so actually igniting this further will give them a discreus.
Oh.
So I'm just going to double check the. Do you already have a discreus, by the way? I believe
I
you
do
do.
not. Oh, I think I have melancholic. That was earlier today.
You
wasn't
had
it?
another. No, you had another one that was whenever you attack someone who's cheated on someone, you do more damage.
Oh
to them.
yeah! Oh my
yes,
goodness!
I did have that. Yeah, I forgot
So
about that.
you'll get the choice to either hang on to that
Love the painted
particular
lady.
discreus, or you can swap to the new one that you will be getting.
I will swap based on who I tend to feed on,
Mm.
and that kind of petty sin is very much against what she sort of looks for when she's feeding. So yes.
So the discreus is called envy.
Mm-hmm.
So the person who drinks this does +1 damage against better, so aka more attractive, younger, more talented, taller, richer, high status foes. Supplies to both social and physical combat.
Interesting. That's cool.
Which is a deep envious choleric blood to all these people who get preferences in the office and such. So you delve deep into that and you almost drink the emotion out of her. You free that from her. She is no longer angry but blissful and empty as you usually are. Yeah. And you drink it out and into you, and now you feel that anger sort of flow through you. Your hands subconsciously close into fists as you feel it for a moment, and then it passes very quickly. But that burning resonance remains in you until you either go to Hunger 5 or you replace it with another one.
Great.
It is at this moment that Little Lamb sort of watches you feeding the entire time with a interested eye. Her eyebrow, she remains stoic about this whole thing. It's almost like she's fascinated by it, rather and taking notes in her mind about what this was like, what it means. And when you finish, she asks you very she sort of takes you slightly to the side and simply just asks you, she calls you my lady. I've been thinking a lot recently.
Yes.
I want to know your opinions on the history of us, of our kind, where you believe we came from.
When you refer to our kind, what do you mean specifically?
The creation of us Cainites.
Well, it is very difficult information to come by in a theological sense, but as I've always said, and as I'll always continue to say, I trust what I see and what I feel and what I experience. And the fact that we can see what is to come, and the fact that what is to come implies the beginning of something new, a new eternity. That means that the way that we end is also the way that we begin, in nothing, in blissful divine nothing. That's what I see. It's a simple answer, but I think it's the only one.
Hmm. Yes, I can understand that. The nothingness that you carry within you, that you share lovingly between all of the people here, freeing them of their emotions, their worldly ties.
Why do you ask?
I ask because we share a clan. Our differences are interesting to me. That's why I remain here.
Do you wish to quell these differences or study them?
Study them. I am
Good.
not interested in squashing your beliefs nor mine, but I see similarities, and I do believe we may worship the same thing in some twisted fashion.
All of us do. Some of us just more misguided than others. We're fortunate enough not to be. But we are here for the same reason, and we have different ways of going about preparing for what is to come. So our differences are to be protected and worshipped in a similar way, since we all have our role in this.
Hmm. At this point, she's sort of much like what's very interesting to you, Irene, is much like the old nuns at your nunnery so long ago. She
Mm.
takes your hands and sits you down on a bench in sort of that motherly way that they used to do with you, but it's on equal terms. She doesn't. She puts one hand underneath and one hand on top,
Mhm.
rather than the way that they used to just put them both on top as
Yeah.
if to force you down. She gently lets you down in an equal way and keeps her hands there as she speaks and looks up. You're can you describe to me what, so it's sort of church like, it has a lot of pews and such for people to sit down like, but what does it really look like in here?
Yeah, good question. So there's a sort of more 20th century church above that is sort of more new and such. Like it's still sort of Gothic in its architecture because Catholic churches. But underneath, it's kind of like this old, like Irish settlers sort of bluestone building with very thick kind of mortar strips, and the stones are very uneven and look as though they've been gathered from a multitude of different places. So, like from wherever they sort of could find them. So the inside of it is very, I would say that it's very rustic and looks as though it's poorly put together, but the craftsmanship is extraordinarily good, and that's why it stood the test of time. It has this kind of pointed rafters that you see in a lot of Gothic cathedrals, and columns that hold up the roof itself. But inside on the floor, it is just dust and dirt, which whatever floor that was there was crushed and destroyed with the events that happened here to put this place underground. And there are pews sort of scattered about, but they're not very lined up evenly or anything like that. And the altar is sort of just a stone block these days. It's been mostly destroyed, and it's mostly just an empty chamber with bookshelves with certain tomes and letters and stuff lining the sides, and a desk, which some people write things on occasionally. But for the most part, very kind of rustic and worn down, but made alive by the people within, I would say.
She looks up at this old stone and maybe a bit of a dark spot on the wall where either the dirt is darker, maybe there's a bit of rot or something there that she looks at that's just past the altar and up, where there would, in a usual church, there would be Jesus on the cross
Mm.
or some kind of imagery relating to that nearby. She looks up at this location as if there was something there, and she's looking longingly in a certain way. It's the first emotion you've seen from Little Lamb. She seems to be off elsewhere in her mind as she starts to speak. She simply says, I didn't believe a long time ago. I didn't believe. I most La Sombra going around hearing little pieces of myth and chalking it up as crap, nothing. But I believe that we embraced Jesus, that Peter was his ghoul. That's how he got in these churches so early on. One of our eldest elders was a confidant of Muhammad. It's I believe it to be true, and so I'm going to tell you something that I haven't even told my sire.
Many things that I've not told mine.
I attended a church above just the other night on a Sunday. I droned the words. I said the prayers. When I looked up, Jesus and Mary, there on the side, with Jesus' face half in shadow,
Mm.
I saw the dark half smiling. He was on the cross and he was fucking smiling at me from the abyss. And that's why I'm really here. Because I see a similarity between what I believe and what you believe. And now that I've been here and seen that, I know that this is special.
A lot of us try to hide or ignore or distract from the fact that our people, our clan, have always been imbued with a sense of divine purpose. And the beauty of this, the beauty of the difference, is that you see belief written in scripture and you see things for what they truly are based on the written word and the rituals of the church above and the similarity that it holds to this one. I'm fairly similar. I see revelations of the sky falling, of seas crashing onto land and taking everything with it. That is also written in many different ways, in many different forms, in many different cultures, and by many different people. So, regardless of the differences you see and the differences in what we see when we have these moments where God speaks to us, because that's what it is. The fact that he chooses us time and time again means that because we're here doing this, it means we're doing the right thing. And that's the most liberating thing.
If it is all right with you, I would like to stay by your side and see these crashing seas, this biblical end, if you will.
all things as they should be. And yes, I was already content and knowing in the fact that we would see this together. And now it's just confirmed.
If you allow her, she will, as she has in the past, kiss you on the lips.
Yeah.
And squeezes your hands, looks back up to where the symbol is, spends a moment in silence with you before she stands up, excuses herself, and makes herself. Actually goes outside and leaves the church for now. You will gain Little Lamb as a 4-dot mauler for the rest of the story.
Cool.
In the meantime, V, is there anything you would like to do while you are here in the car?
I think V would have like sat down, got herself comfortable, put on a baby chorus CD that she knows Joseph hides in the car. Listen to that. Contemplate like doing calling people, checking in, but also trying to keep herself focused because we're going to ideally murder a person tonight. Well, a kindred. And there's already been a lot of bloodshed, so she's just thinking about all of that at the moment. She might text Damien though, just at first, like, "Hey, how you doing?" Like, talked to Duncan McTavish today. That was weird. We're trying to get him pardoned. He's helping us out with the thing. He's actually pretty cool, but don't tell him that. And she'll just like, it will just be a bunch of texts one after the other. Like as she comes up with something, just adding to it. Well, waiting for Irene.
You get a response back fairly quickly. Of like, cool, really? Why would you talk to him in the first place? He talked to you?
Look, we accidentally were in his car. It's a long story.
He simply texts back, sounds like you'll have to tell me it over a drink sometime.
Yeah, sounds good. Kind of busy at the moment, but we'll definitely pencil it in sometime.
Sounds good. Colon, close bracket. Yeah, after a little bit longer than usual, Irene will return. Irene, by the way, you can drop your hunger to 1 during this scene, and you two regroup. And as you regroup, we're going to take a little early break to bring in our favorite Tremere, everyone's favorite Tremere.
Tremere!
So
Yes,
stick around for 5 minutes, and we'll be right back. See you in just a moment. And we're unmuted. Welcome back, everybody. Say hello to everyone's favorite Tremere. Welcome in, Joseph Martinez.
Thanks for having me.
No, thank you. No, you. All right.
Sure.
Now that we've got our entire non-coterie here,
Mhm.
you all reconvene outside of the church in the car together at this moment.
I would have come before Irene to be like, baby chorus. Yeah! Get the calling.
Yeah. It's the
You
one
have baby
time
chorus.
Joseph can listen to baby
Yeah.
chorus.
Love this track. Oh, Irene's here.
Yeah, let's take out the desk. Would you like to drive?
Yes.
Because
yes,
you're better
I
at
would.
it. I
Mhm.
still can't get used to these streets. My God.
You need to yell more for it to work.
It seems like an
It feels
integral
rude.
part of the
Mhm.
experience.
Communication, clear communication with those around you. Clear statement of intent.
Everybody sounds extraordinarily angry, though.
It's a
Like-
clear intent.
I don't know where to draw the
Suppose
line.
you're
Like
right.
threatening murder or not. You're better
That's the
than this.
thing. Most of the people also can't see the lines on the road, so you have to keep them informed
Cool.
By any
Yeah.
means.
by any means.
Hmm.
Cool.
Good handling of the situation. I thought if I wasn't there, things would go better. And it seems they did.
You were the one who instigated the most negativity between us and
Yes.
Mr. McTavish.
hmm
Yeah.
He
It's hard to
deserved
forget
it.
some of the things. Yeah, he was
Yes.
shooting at us. Yes.
He
did.
I'm not going
Could
to
have-
apologize for it, but I also realized that me
I
not
think you
being
might
there
have-
would help.
Yeah.
If he doesn't ask for an apology, you don't need to give one. But if he
Exactly.
does, it might be.
I
It's
can
always
also
good
understand
to
that I
be
went
in
a
a
little
good way.
further than I probably should have. So
It was a heated situation.
Yeah.
I
it
understand
was.
that.
Yes.
He blew up our
And-
car and then started
He-
shooting at us.
Yes.
Yes.
Unprovoked.
In Lupine territory as well.
In
Uh.
Lupine territory.
In
When
on
there
the
was a
border of
murder
Lupine
that
territory.
had just occurred as well.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
yeah.
But the good thing about it is that he doesn't want to see things escalate into a war either. So at least
No.
he's got his head screwed on.
Mhm.
Yeah. And now to get rid of this fucking 1IK dipshit.
Same plan as before, methinks.
You
I
still got the
mean,
stake?
I
You've got
do.
the stake. Yes,
Mhm.
cool.
We'll have a larger distraction with Duncan.
Yeah.
And damage can still be done, giving you the opening to deliver the final blow. And then we can get in and get out.
Yeah,
We
we've
can
got
keep our
distraction,
interactions with
distraction,
Duncan minimal.
and stake. Yep.
Yes.
Seems clean,
Ideally,
seems efficient.
Mhm.
It will be that easy. But
Ideally,
Yes.
yes. Nothing ever worked ideally though.
Mhm. I have been working on my distraction skills.
Right.
Most of the times I have been a distraction, they have been quite successful.
Yeah.
True.
Mhm.
You entering that Second Inquisition base pretending to
Oh.
be one of them was incredible.
Some of my best work. But when
very
it comes
elaborate.
to him, he's angry at us. And I am capable of drawing animosity.
Yes,
Indeed.
very,
However-
very good at it.
I am not in the best shape, so there won't be multiple chances.
No.
It often takes a single strike to take me out, and that is when I'm at my best, and I'm not at my best.
I think multiple distractions is the way to go. Make him not know where to hit first. I'm happy for if you want to make the initial distraction, I'll make a
Yes.
separate one, and then we could probably even get Duncan to assist.
If I understand anything about this man, he has an ego larger than the city. And if I can engage
true.
the ego, and if I know
Yes.
Shakespeare well enough, I should be able to get him thinking and talking for
Mm.
just enough time for you to move in, Irene.
Yes, I'm sure you know Shakespeare the best out of all of us, Joseph. So
Yes,
Def-
it's not actually my strong suit, thank you, but it's reading that pompous intellectuals love to talk about.
Yes, you are. I'm afraid it's one of those things that if you go to university, it's rather impossible to escape.
Force down your throat.
But if you
Yes.
spell it through photography,
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
skirted that line completely. But yeah, no, you're definitely, you know
Mhm.
what to do, you know Shakespearean insults
Hmm.
or how to engage with his
It's
the
just
way he talks.
sociology, honestly. It's just a man who thinks he knows best. You just need to pretend like you don't know something and get him to explain it to you.
Oh my god, you get him to mansplain.
It's not going to be
Shakespeare?
hard. I'm going to ask him what his plans are, and he's going to probably
Like
monologue
Scooby-Doo.
about it.
Cool,
Yeah.
cool, cool.
Recite the plot of Hamlet,
Yes.
probably.
Sherlock Holmes his way through all of his plans.
Yes.
Do you need anything else before we go? Ethan,
Yes.
can I surgery my friends and myself just this session?
You
Just to-
certainly can.
Woo, all right. Back at the car
each-
doctor.
Yeah, for each aggravated wound increases difficulty as it gets more complicated, the more injured someone
Yes.
is. So V, how injured are you?
Haha, 5 aggravated.
Difficulty 6, intelligence and blood sorcery.
So, rouse check.
Good luck.
Successful rouse check. You said intelligence.
Considering you're spending, I'm going to say you're spending a whole scene doing it, it lowers the difficulty for you so you can use intelligence blood sorcery instead of the path.
Can I help him
Thanks
with
very
the
much.
dot of blood sorcery?
It's like using, yes, you can assist by being like, I'm injured here. Right.
Yes,
Yeah.
pointing at all of the ribs. This one and this one.
If you do it with this
Also
symbol
this
rather
one.
than this one, it's a lot less painful, you know. Yeah, it's like Samitsi vicissitude takes a whole scene to do
Yeah.
something like
Makes
this.
sense.
So it's basically stolen vicissitude. So you spend the
Yep.
whole scene lowering the
How are
difficulty.
you,
Ah.
Irene, for health?
I'm full health, girl.
Oh, okay, cool.
It's thriving.
The tank takes no damage.
Mhm.
You said 6?
Difficulty 6, yes. And you have a
Alright,
larger dice
I
pool.
will use a willpower.
Yep.
Ooh. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 with a critical.
Oh,
Critical success. With a critical success, you can heal 2 aggravated willpower, 2 aggravated physical damage.
So, what were V's injuries? What was she hit by? Was it a lot of bludgeoning?
I was
stuff?
yeah, it was
Being
bludgeoning.
punched
It was
by
being
opponents, yeah.
Okay.
Broken
So you
bones.
have a lot of like broken
Thrown
stuff
around.
and pushed in stuff, right?
Yeah,
I think he
ribs are all that
does,
way.
like it's never pleasant.
Oh no.
So it's a lot of like I need to make a cut to fix a cut, and he would like cut into your chest, reach under your rib to like push your chest up, and then he would
Aw.
like bring the blood that he just got from that up to then draw around the cut he just made and have it close up. And then he'd be like, oh, that actually solved 2 problems in one. And then he like shoves your shoulder and pushes it up. And he's like, perfect.
Mhm.
Fighting fit,
Thank you as always, Joseph. That was
of course.
much needed.
You can make the same roll for yourself as well.
And I'll help
Hey.
you out with your one as well.
Hmm
Yeah.
A lot
Me just being
easier.
like,
Like if you need me to draw symbols while you're
it would be
moving things.
precision pulling out of like he got most of the magnesium and stuff out, but it would be
Right.
like plucking and
Yeah.
successful rouse and
I mean, it's strange for you to observe. This is what you'd get a Samitsi surgeon to do this for you in this sort of time, and it would be a lot less painful and
less ritualistic. for
Can't
sure.
feel
Yeah.
anything.
It would be very, it's like natural, like druidic sort
Yeah.
of stuff. They have a complete command over your flesh, and if you let them, they can do wonders.
I got
But,
7 on myself.
Yeah, not
This
a
is
critical.
borrowed magic.
Yeah. Mm.
This
If
is
it's not a
janky
critical, you
search.
just get the 1
Yeah,
aggravated.
that is totally fine.
Better than
so yeah,
nothing.
it would just be like okay, I wasn't able to reach this, and he tries to, and you could probably just pluck out like a shard of magnesium that got stuck.
Mm.
And then he would like bite his index finger and draw like a bunch of geometric shapes that then close over.
Yeah.
Damn, you got hit bad.
Uh-huh. I don't take hits well.
Well, no one likes getting hit by magnesium. That's for sure.
No. Thank you for your patience, everyone.
Of course. I want to make
Yep.
sure everybody was okay.
Mm.
Yeah, this way we
this.
die slower.
Mm-hmm.
Let's hope not.
Technically, V will still need to heal those 2 points
Yeah,
of
they are
superficial.
converted.
It turns
Superficial?
aggravated
Yeah, sorry.
into superficial.
They're
Okay,
converted
that's
to
cool.
superficial. Yeah, it's very
Yeah.
similar to Valerian.
I'll
Yes,
do
sir.
one now, and if it goes well, I'll try and do the other. Did not go well. We're
Well, you
just,
should.
it's fine.
Don't you at 1 still get 2 superficial back when you heal?
I'll have to check the companion guide, but I do. I believe
Yeah.
you are correct.
It
But
was up
I'm-
to 2, I believe. I believe.
Let's
I think
have
it's
a.
thin bloods we got one.
I
Yeah,
believe
you
just
should be
thin
getting
bloods.
2, girly.
Yeah, 2 seconds, and let's see. No, just 1 point of superficial.
Yeah.
Damn.
You are correct.
I got that blood potency too.
Yeah, I've got blood potency 1.
Yeah,
Oh
so
my.
0 and 1 are 1, 2 and 3 are 2, etc. etc.
Got it. Cool.
I've got
Alright,
that baby
good to know.
blood.
I will begin driving.
Okay. Empty streets tonight, quite quiet. Ominously so that you get so much time to think to yourself, to plan, to prepare, to perhaps overthink what might happen down here. Is there any discussion, last minute discussion between all of you before you arrive in Riverdale?
V, will you be using blood of potency?
Oh, should I?
Could. I'm just wondering.
Yeah, maybe that's a good idea. Because what is that? I keep forgetting how my blood works. That just makes it easier to.
Makes your
Do
blood more
things.
potent.
Yes.
Means that the things you do.
Goes
Will
up
be
by 1.
stronger.
If you crit, it goes up by 2. I
By
think.
2.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
I was thinking of doing it myself, but what have I got to lose, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is that roll?
Blood
Jess?
potency, gang. I would adore to see the difference in how the 2 of them do it.
So, Blood of Potency is Resolve plus Blood Sorcery. It is a Rouse check as well. Difficulty is 2 plus your current Blood Potency. A win
Oh, these rouse
increases.
checks.
A win increases it by 1 for a scene. A critical win increases it by 2. Allows you to exceed
on,
your
Joseph.
generation limit.
Get a better
Let's
blood potency than me.
fucking-
Let's go.
Oh, could you imagine?
I might
You
as well
only need
willpower it.
3 successes.
I'm looking at a lot of skulls right now.
Oh no. Oh.
I love it, V. It's so good.
I succeed. I got like 6 successes.
Okay, you got
a blood potency of 2.
You got a Blood Potency 3.
Woo!
Yeah, V does not succeed on this. You'll just see her like start cutting, like get hungrier, and then get slightly frustrated as she's drawing these symbols, and then
Mhm.
just nah, it's not happening.
It's all right.
I can't get the symbols. Yeah,
This
okay.
is the most Joseph being like, it's fine. It doesn't always work, as he draws like 4 symbols down his arm as he's striving, and then just like red veins flow up his neck and into his eyes, and he blinks and he's like, it's fine. It's
Yeah.
a tough one to do.
It wasn't a bestial failure, was it?
Oh no, it was actually
Okay.
because that's 2 skulls and it's 2 successes. So I
In
don't
that case,
see.
your clan compulsion is going to be active for the scene.
That's beautiful.
Lovely.
Let's Diablo-rise this, mate.
After we discuss how terrible an idea that would be, and we're like, actually, though. But like, the beast's like,
You get a
Shakespeare, you
lot out of
say.
it, technically.
oh boy.
Okay.
Shall I leave
So-
the talking to McTavish to you too?
Ah,
Talking about it'll be fine.
I don't think it'll matter.
No.
We're doing this for a reason which we're all sort of together with, and I don't
Fought
think he's silly
alongside
enough
Duncan
to.
in the past. It's
Yeah.
just bad
Yeah,
for
just
the-
don't piss him off. That's, I'm
Yeah.
sure you can say most things, just don't insult the guy.
As long as he's not firing at me, it should be fine.
I think he understands the concept of a common enemy pretty well.
Yeah.
Plus, if this all goes well, he might get off that list.
Yes. Yeah.
And that's, something worth fighting for, not having the entire Camarilla trying to kill you and your
As
fellow Anna.
much as I said horrible things to him, he doesn't deserve to be on that blood hunt list.
No.
He fought in that war and he fought well, but he shouldn't have attacked us unprompted for no reason.
Oh shit, I never told you. And neither did Felix.
Now is not the time
Yeah,
for
let's not
revelations
discuss.
being held behind veils and curtains. At this point,
What do you
Hasn't-
mean? Tell
I
me.
forgot, okay? Well, at the time,
just say it. What
Felix
are you
was
talking
like,
about?
Felix did fucking sell him out. When we went to the thing, he texted Wanaka, and I only found that out because I found it out as an accident. Wanaka said something, and I was going to keep it kind of on the down low, but Felix is fucking up and left. So technically, it's not unprovoked in a sense because he was right, but just not. We weren't in on it.
And you didn't tell us.
He didn't tell us, no. And the only reason I found out is because of Wanaka.
What was his reason? Why?
Reason.
Ugh.
His
Reason?
reason was to get better with the Camarilla, is what I can gather, but I don't know for sure.
Regardless.
My God.
I gave him shit for it, but he's gone now, so we can't
Mm.
collectively give him more shit for it.
We have at least a temporarily good thing going now, so
Yeah, let's not fuck this up.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ugh. Knowledge is pain sometimes.
Yeah, it sucks.
You arrive after some time. You arrive after some time outside, down the street from this Riverdale abandoned home. There's a few abandoned homes here, but you notice McTavish's van nearby. The back doors still haven't been closed. They're still sort of semi-open.
Mm.
I'm gonna close those as we go by.
I think if
If
it's
he's not in them.
broken, if it's
Is it
not
broken?
closed
Oh, I
properly,
thought
it
you just
means
left
that
it
he
open.
probably can't close them. Is my assumption.
I'm gonna try and close them.
Yeah, Joseph's right. Yeah, they click
Yeah.
and they don't
Right,
actually
yeah.
close properly.
Mm.
And as you sort of make your way up, McTavish makes his way out of the van. Says, "Yeah, they're fucked. Don't even bother."
Cool. Well, this is the place, I'm guessing.
He points down the street. Yeah, that's the one.
Okay.
There's four of
you
them
know-
inside.
are they all
Right.
kindred?
I suspect as much. Looks like it.
Do you know how many entrances, exits there are to this place, or have you never been in?
2 exits, top windows you can jump out of. If you count them as exits, it's technically 6. Back door, front door.
Hmm.
There's a basement, but doesn't lead anywhere.
Hmm.
This ain't my first rodeo.
I know.
No, we see that.
Yeah.
More of a, I would know from the war, he's more of a ranged combatant. isn't
You're
he?
exactly right.
Yeah.
And you notice as well, Joseph, you're very observant, he has packed a rifle with quite a big bag, like a duffel bag, next to it as well.
Yeah.
In the side.
Is there a house across the road from the one he's
Absolutely.
gestured to?
Yes.
Is it 2 stories?
Yeah, you actually, without a wits insight check, knowing that you can see that the window's already open, he's already set himself up to have covering fire from the opposite
Okay, cool.
house.
Yeah,
He is
he'd
a
see that
soldier.
and
He
be
is
like,
prepped.
Got it. Yeah. He knows Duncan.
Mm.
He's like, all right, cool. Good to know that nothing's changed.
Do you know anything about him? What he's like?
Hmm.
What he'll do in a situation like this?
Never seen the man before. Heard his name around the street, but that's about it.
Right.
He's a sneaky weasel.
Apparently so.
I would like to quickly buzz caress your dagger, V, very subtly. We can wait till Duncan pieces out before we do it,
Mhm.
if you would like. But
I don't mind.
oh,
You'll see that there's still a notch at the top from when I stabbed it into him and he broke my knife slightly. The point is less sharp because of it.
You'll see Duncan sort of grabs a duffel bag, hoists it over his shoulder, grabs a rifle, hoists it over his side, and he actually folds up into himself to this big eagle that flies up
Yeah.
and carries the things
Yeah.
with him up through and behind the house, disappears inside.
Mm.
Okay. That's impressive.
Very
Mhm.
nice.
He'll be in position shortly. Now,
should-
I imagine you will be Shadow, V invisible,
Yes.
and myself,
That's the plan.
the distraction.
Invisible until you need me not.
Yes.
I will
Then-
mention he
oh, sorry.
leaves a walkie-talkie for you as well.
Okay, cool. 'Cause I was going to give him my number, but yes.
We will keep that away from Irene.
Mm-hmm.
You can whisper while
I can.
would
Do you want
you
me to have
like it?
Yeah,
I think you having it would be best because if I'm the one actively talking and I go, now it's not gonna be great. Okay, so I'll give it to you.
I'll sneak up behind him
The goal
while you
is
distract.
yes, 4 people on top of him.
Mm.
So
Do we want to take him out first? or
same
them out
goal as
first?
before. Hit him and then leave.
Cool.
You don't want to take out his friends too.
What are they going to do?
Who knows?
Take them out if they try and
Take
kill you.
his
They don't
place.
do
If they-
anything.
After the initial attack, if they engage, we engage. But the first strike must be that stake into him.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
Yes.
got to get rid of this man quickly. And the
If
If
others
they all
are
scatter,
afterwards.
it means that his reign over these people isn't very strong and nothing's likely to happen. If they fight
Yes.
back, it means that he has loyal allies and one of them's likely to want to take his place after we kill him.
These could be ghouls. They could be Kindred. We
very-
don't know for sure yet.
We know who his crowd is.
And
Yes.
how many are left with him? Like
Genghis.
Genghis.
Genghis, potentially Nathaniel, but who freaking knows what happens to him
Potentially,
after
yes.
he killed Croc?
These might be anarchs. He is posed as an anarch. These might be anarchs that will prompt
Or
the war. He is
yeah,
a
if they don't fight us, we
agent
don't
of
fight them.
chaos. So take him out, and if they engage, we fight, but we don't aim. We'll see who they are, but
Yeah.
our goal is 1 AK.
Yeah.
He has set
Okay.
up so many elaborate schemes, so many wild goose chases that this may just be another one. So we have to be prepared.
I think we are as much as we can be now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Once that stake goes in, we can do as we please.
Yeah.
Cool.
Do you have your sword on that note, Irene, or are you
I
more of in a,
do.
are you in a handsy mood?
No, I'm in a kebab mood today, especially if
Okay.
it's for other people.
Yeah, I will give you some balls. Caress. Hey,
Thank you.
Joseph is apparently very nervous because I'm
Getting
back
very
up
hungry.
at 3 hunger. He's like double checking as he does it. Like he does it and then he's like, oh, a bit dripped, and then he like wipes it over and he's like, okay, right, ready?
I'll go to Nibris Avatar now.
Make your 2 rouse checks.
Invisible.
I get hungrier by 1.
Mm.
Anakin. Oh gosh. All right. When V is invisible and Irene goes
Huddle.
huddle, I'll wait till she kind of mimics my shadow, and then I will walk towards the house. I'll sense the unseen in case there are wards.
Mhm. There are no wards on this place.
Ooh.
If there's no one here, I swear to God.
I'm gonna knock on the door and a pipe bomb's gonna go off. Like,
Yeah, there's like blow up dolls and a pipe.
yeah. I am gonna do fine. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna be loud. I'm gonna get to the gate, not the front door.
Mm.
Which I imagine it's just like a residential house, right?
It
Like
is.
your
It's an
typical American
abandoned
home.
2-story home.
Yeah.
Lots of boarded up windows, and junk out the front, unkempt front yard. There's a lawnmower at the front that's been broken and tipped over for a long time. Maybe a bicycle that's rusted over time. Some tennis balls that the neighboring kids have thrown over and probably not wanted to go over because it might be haunted or something like that.
Yeah. One moment, please.
Hmm.
I don't think I'm gonna be it. Okay. He takes a deep breath and will project his voice very confidently and basically give the "Oh Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou, Romeo?" and just be like, 1AK, 1AK, wherefore art thou, 1AK?
Let's.
You know what? I pulled it up. Deny thy father and refuse thy marriage. Or if thou wilt not, be but sworn my hate.
Yes.
I will get a charisma, either intimidation or performance check, please.
Was just talking to Irene about intimidation, but never spent points on it. Performance or intimidation?
Yes, as you're performing a monologue, but there is also a subtle underlying intimidating tone. Obvious to some.
So it's 2 successes. Yeah. I'm just trying to be a distraction.
You recite it very well, yet perhaps there's part of your beast, I would say, that is...
He's a little nervous.
Yeah.
I think he stumbles over some words when he's like, I don't know what to replace Capulet with.
Yeah. The beast is nervous. The cat's hairs sort of standing up, and its back is starting to arch as it is aware that there is danger nearby. 4 people, and you're putting yourself on this pedestal in front of them all. Incredibly dangerous. Your beast doesn't like it whatsoever.
Yeah.
And after you finish the performance, you are met with just silence. From the house. What you do see, though, is that there is a large dark shadow that passes by one of the blinds inside.
Cool. V, are you investigating while I'm performing?
Yeah, I'll do it. I'll look and get all up close while you're doing your lovely performance.
Yeah.
Yeah, so all the blinds are drawn. A lot of these places actually have wood that is barred up against the windows and such. Very sunproof area. So it's very difficult to look inside. Do you have heightened senses at all?
I do. Yes, that's the one auspex I have.
Okay. Since you have heightened senses, I will let you make a wits and investigation check.
Okay.
While using that.
Oh wait. Minus the 2 dice. So no, I'm not gonna risk rousing. This is all blood because I'm in compulsion.
Yeah.
1 success. Joseph is really loud. Yeah. And then there's someone's fire alarm just went off. A bird is singing or something. It's just so much going on that you sort of just have to switch it off. Yeah, it's infuriating. You do your best to listen or to see, but so much going on. You think it's better not to break your obfuscate by pushing it any further.
Yeah. I think I'd definitely see y'all look in there and be like, all right. And I'm going to walk up to the front door.
Irene, what are you doing while this is happening?
I'm gonna go in
Yeah. You can slip. You are shadow. You can literally slip
Yeah.
under the front door
Under
or
the
into the
door.
cracks.
Yeah.
You take
I'm
on
gonna
no
stick
physical form.
to where the shadows are,
Mm.
where I can, so it's just sort of like bleeds into the actual black shadows. And slowly creep my way through the place to see how many people are here, where everyone is, and what's going down. What are they doing?
Before you do, Irene, thank you, Scarlet Fever, for giving Irene a special willpower in this
Messy.
dramatic scene. Perfect timing. Irene, you slither through as a living shadow through into this place. The lights are all off inside, and
Nice.
immediately you are met with a figure you really hoped you would never see ever again. Balthazar stands inside
Hey,
with a shotgun at his side. He's got
that
this
bitch ain't dead.
no. He has these wounds from the last time you fought him in his chest that sort of stick out under his white wife beater that he's wearing at the moment. He is standing by the side of the door and he is itching with his trigger finger. Next to him, by the staircase, sitting down casually, is that dark-skinned man from the boat a long time ago who has a cigar in his mouth and his stitches across his face, who's holding 2 pistols. And just behind him in the kitchen, seemingly messing around with plates and forks, is the cloaked man that you sort of saw earlier. He seems to be taking them and putting them on the kitchen counter in like a particular pattern, but you're not quite sure what it is from this angle that he's doing, but he seems to be humming a tune to himself.
Right. So there's 3 of them,
There's 3 of them.
and 1AK is nowhere to be found.
The figure that you assume to be 1AK is the cloaked figure.
Yeah, I understand.
Who
Yeah.
is moving all these things humming to themselves. Doesn't seem
Okay.
to be bothered by Balthazar there, clearly noticing that Joseph is there he has a shotgun. The other man's just waiting for something to happen, it seems. And 1IK seems to be simply just picking up things, nonchalant, humming to himself, making some kind of strange pattern with it all.
Do you risk it? You just
I am terrified of Balthazar. I'm so annoyed that he's still fucking alive, man. What a stain on this universe. Anyway.
we're gonna have to talk to Damien about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is the top floor. Is that
This is the
correct?
first floor. They're all
Then
down on
the
the first
kitchen.
floor.
Okay, the first floor meaning the bottom floor.
Yeah. So
Ground.
basically,
Yeah.
so basically, there's the front door. Balthazar's there. There's a staircase that leads up where this dark-skinned man is sitting on there. Around to the right of the front door is sort of the living room, lounge room area where there's a television that is off. And then just tucked around the corner, sort of closer towards the back entrance, is where the kitchen is, where 1IK is setting all these things in a strange pattern.
What is he doing? What does he have there?
I will get a check to figure this out.
Oh boy.
The check will be intelligence investigation.
Oh, no. Okay.
It'll
I'll try.
also allow intelligence leadership as well.
Leadership. Okay, I'll definitely do leadership then. I'm gonna rouse for this successfully. 3 extra dice. That is a lot of. Okay, so that's 4, 5, 6. That's 7 successes.
7.
Regular crit.
Regular critical.
Yeah.
It is probably unnerving to understand exactly what this is, but he's actually holding a mock performance of exactly where all of you are at this exact moment. He has V, a little fork, right where V is, and he has exactly where you are with a big knife. And he's holding them and sort of moving them as you guys are going, and seems to be mocking everything that's going on, as it's like a little stage play that he's putting on. But the others aren't taking notice of him. Whatever he's doing, they're like, whatever. But he's clearly understands very clearly where you guys are somehow.
Does he have Duncan?
Duncan, he does not. It seems to be a smaller
Okay.
performance. Doesn't have a lot of space on the kitchen counter.
Oh my god.
And he's actually set up little things to show where the house is and like where every little piece is, but it only makes sense to Irene and him right now. You know, Balthazar's occasionally like, "What the fuck are you doing?" They're literally right here, and he's humming to himself, and you know, occasionally picks up the spoon with V and says something you can't quite hear, and keeps them moving around.
This motherfucker.
Yeah. Far out.
When she realizes that, she's sort of like, this isn't right. Like, this is the kind of thing that you need, like, you know, 7 dots in Auspex for or something. She'll freeze in place on the ceiling, sort of finding a shadow to cling to. And wait a little bit to see if anything happens, to see if Joseph is any more successful with getting the other two to go to him, or whether V sort of does something from wherever she's coming in from. So I'll just wait at the moment.
As you sort of wait, you see him sort of drop everything very quickly, and he makes his way out to the back entrance. He opens the door, and then he closes the door, and he goes back and starts moving the little Joseph fork like closer towards the house. As Joseph, you make your way sort
As I walk up,
closer
knock on
towards
the
it as
door.
well.
Yeah.
Probably speak in Macbeth at this point of like, my lady
Change
washes
plays.
her hands at night. She's guilty of killing, like you.
And is there anything else you'd like to do, V, while you're here?
I think I'd crypto-elect Joseph. Do you want me to go around, or do you want me to stay with you?
Stay with me.
Okay.
So the only thing that would be so funny right now, but it would take way too long, is if I warded the doorknob and got them to that would be just like drawing it.
Oh, it gets scared.
The woman rises
Warding.
at night, washes her hands, can't open the pocket. Genius move, but we
That
don't
is
have
such
the
a
prep
cool
time.
concept. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, he will knock on the door. Hello, I'm expected.
There's quiet amongst the house. Irene, you see what's going on. Balthazar's like mouthing things towards 1OK, but he doesn't move. He's simply
Hello.
sort of shaking the little Joseph fork around. Every time Joseph speaks, he actually shakes the fork as he does so. And
I believe we're in the kingdom of blind people.
And Joseph, you can make a wits awareness check.
That is 3 successes.
You hear a single voice as you hear a creaking staircase from inside, as if like a great weight was being taken up of it. You hear, fuck this. Your beast immediately senses danger. It's
cool.
up to you how you would like to react to this.
Yeah, that doesn't. I imagine that voice does not sound.
You have heard that
like
voice.
1OK.
No, you've heard that voice before. It was back on the boat a long time
I think
ago.
I cryptolect because V probably heard
You will
it
not
too.
have time to react to
I'll
what's
just jump back.
happening and cryptolect. Yeah.
Move.
Dex and athletics, please.
If you step back, V's going to step forward, and like
It's gonna have
Are
to
you
be
sure
a,
about that?
it's going to have.
it's gonna have to be a combat dive out of the way because bullets are gonna
Oh,
rain through that
shit.
door.
2 successes.
2 successes. Luckily, your beast gave you enough time, and you're
Yeah.
doing a combat dive, which makes you harder to hit. Bullets rain through the front door from 2 pistols inside. They fly through and smash the glass from the inside, and you see the blind just rocket its way up. V, you catch a glimpse, so you can see someone behind there. You don't have any way of seeing through the dark, though, do you?
No.
Yeah, you can't see who it is. You can see that someone is there.
That's
And-
very rude. I was told that I was gonna meet someone here. Like up against the wall, like, "Ooh, please don't shoot me."
as you go up and as you yell, the front door is kicked open, and V, you see the dark-skinned man with the scars across his
Standing right
face.
next to the door.
He is about to draw his guns, and then he just gets instantly ignited on fire as he does so. He starts to screech as you hear the crack of a rifle from across the street from you.
Nice.
Duncan takes a single shot with his his rifle with incendiary rounds that he has in it,
Nice.
igniting the man on fire instantly. He drops the pistol straight away. It's just a flaming thing. The three people around here, which is V, Joseph, and Balthazar, all need to make a terror frenzy.
Yeehaw.
Rot Shrek.
Thank goodness it's a
Oh my God, I've
new
got all my
session.
Difficulty
Yeah.
3.
Oh no, I used 1 willpower.
Irene, you see this as well. The crack, and you see the bullet fly through a little bit puff of fire, sort of hits the
Yeah.
side of the room as they do so.
I am going to trust in my Lord
Ooh.
and Savior Dice Christ.
Mm.
Out of my
Dice Christ
humanity.
never comes through to me.
Dice Christ has a story to tell, and that story is that Joseph's scared. So
Yeah.
I failed.
You flee instantly.
Yep.
You run. You run and you jump over the fence and sort of roll across the concrete area till you are like on that section of the road where you're hiding underneath, sort of just behind that concrete section at the side.
The gutter.
The gutter, exactly. Thank you. You take a step back, but you calm your beast as you do so, and as long as you don't get any closer, you will be fine. Joseph, as long as it's sort of within your line of sight, you can't get any closer to it.
Yep.
Your beast is startled for the moment.
His beast has been speaking to him and been like, "I'm scared, things are bad," and
Mm.
he's like, "You know what? I'm a listen. I'm a listen to
You know what?
in
You've got
charge tonight."
some good points. Making some good points.
I'll especially bring up the fact that you did get shot by magnesium rounds very recently, so that is very
Yeah.
fresh on your mind as
He
well.
is. He has at this point. He's like, "I have to survive. I'm really at risk." So he is being like, humanity doesn't need to be involved here.
Please take control.
Yes.
V and Irene, is there anything you'd like to do in the moment?
Yes. So if the fire's at the door,
Yeah.
I would like to climb through the window that they have shot through.
That's
And
the
try
front
and get in
door's
that way.
window.
Oh, okay.
So the front door
door's
had a window
Okay.
itself to look through
Yeah.
that got smashed. You can try and break through. Do you have potence at all?
Yes.
As long as you have a single dot in potence, you can try and smash through the wooden barricades on the side. It will break your obfuscate to get in there, or you can wait and see what happens.
I don't know if Irene needs me at the.
You can
point.
always risk. Was the figure she saw at the window different to the one at the door?
Oh yes, there's another figure.
Yeah.
So like the figure.
You could risk an extinguished vitae on the other figure.
Yeah, but if it's, I don't know who it could be. So
Since it's dark, you'll take a -2 penalty on it as well.
Rip.
'Cause
Right,
you can't
don't
see
worry.
them properly.
Just as an option.
your blood sorcery hasn't really been these things
Yeah, yeah,
tonight.
yeah.
I've rolled really badly on a lot of things. I'll first check that Joseph is all good and not going to get shot up by Burning Man.
Yeah, Joseph is unharmed.
Down in the gutter.
Currently
Cool,
in
and
a
then
pretty well hid section, actually.
Going to quickly thank Duncan and walk. I think walk around to maybe the back door.
Okay.
Okay. You make your way to the back door. It is currently closed. You don't see any locks or anything on it.
Yeah, she's hoping with the distraction at the front, she can make a entrance into the back, not knowing what's going on inside.
Yep.
So, yeah. Irene?
Okay. I'm having trouble visualizing things from my perspective.
fine.
So can you tell me like what it sort of looks like?
So, basically, you are currently close to the back door. where there is
Yeah.
a kitchen bench and then one of those sort of modern benches that's like in the middle of the room, and then just around that is sort of a half circle is the kitchen
Yes.
itself. In
Mhm.
between those two things is where One Eye K is currently. He's picking things up, putting them on the benches, and organizing things. There is a
Yes.
table that he is facing where people have dinner and such. Off to the right there is the living room, which has couches and
Yep.
television that isn't currently on. In that section, it is connected, so it's the same room almost as
Yep.
the hallway that further sort of like through the wall to the right of One Eye K is where the stairs are that lead upstairs. So it's a fairly small
Gotcha.
room. And
Mhm.
off to his right as well, in that hallway is where the front door is, where the burning dark-skinned man is with the two guns. And right to his side, on his right, on the door frame, is Balthazar.
Great. So I can see everyone from
You
where
can
I
see everyone.
am. Okay. Okay.
It's
cool,
been
cool.
very stripped back.
Yeah, very open plan. I
Yep.
got you.
Mhm.
I'm just gonna go for 1AK, honestly.
Good luck.
Best of luck.
Sure.
We have our special willpower. We have V's special willpower.
Yeah. I'm
All
gonna
for willpower.
go above him
Mm.
from the ceiling and drop down on him and try to stake him with magic death stake if I can.
Jig Death Stay.
Okay. You can make strength melee with a -2.
It's my roll. Okay, sure. -2. Am I able to activate prowess in this round?
You are not using any
not.
other disciplines, so yes, you can.
No. Okay, cool. I'll do that then. I get hungrier, which fair enough. No,
Fair enough.
we're back to 3 already. Okay, so strength, melee, -2, +2 for prowess. I'm going to rouse, and I don't get hungry this time.
Hell yeah.
Extra 3. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
We want absolute maximum numbers.
Actually.
It's pretty good, but I'm gonna spend a willpower anyway.
Yep.
Ooh. Mhm.
Rouse, if you happen.
Yes, I have already.
Cool. Oh,
Okay.
V, you could have healed.
You can still do that
Full
if you'd like
hunger?
to. Oh,
Yeah,
I'm not gonna do that.
girl, get that click.
Two,
Eating
That
four,
it is.
6, 8, 10. It's a double crit. It's messy. It's 14.
14.
Oh,
Yeah.
You jump down, and as you bring the stake down, is when 1AK drops the knife. He turns towards you, and he tries to deflect the stake as best that he can, but you can see that it's going to go through and it's going to hit. And as you bring it down with all your force, you think that it might be over, and then crunch, the stake snaps as it hits his skin, and it breaks and shatters against his skin.
Yeah, nice.
You are going to take 2 superficial damage as you
Me?
shatter. You take
Yeah.
damage as the weapon
Fair.
breaks
Ugh.
in your hands.
What is the mechanics of the stake? Because
Does
So
it still do
What is
damage to
magic
him?
stake?
no, it does not do damage to him because it does not pierce his skin. The stake specifically has to pierce the skin. With shatter, it breaks the weapon, and it does not damage them.
I was afraid of this happening, but it's fine.
What do you helps with this sort of stuff? And the stake shatters in him, but you hit him with such force and you knock him down with your body. You do
I'm
deal him
so
some
sorry
damage.
to have to say this. Where do the splinters go?
They don't pierce his skin.
Do they pierce Irene?
No, they do not.
Oh,
Good question.
That's not how it works. It's your target
for you as the storyteller. As it
Is that gonna
splinters, it
kill
goes
off
in
my
your
character?
eye.
I'm not. Especially considering it was such a huge success, that would definitely not pierce
That would
Irene's skin.
suck.
No,
That's
absolutely
me
not. If it
eating
was
after
if it was
I die.
even if it was bestial failure, I wouldn't do that.
You're just
Um,
getting up and
No. So the stake comes down and it crashes splinters against his skin. You do hit him with enough force of your body that you do deal him some damage. It was used by
Okay.
his fortitude. And the two of you sort of actually crash through where he's been playing the whole thing and through the bench and shatter everything near you as his body seems pretty much untouched. The two of you lie there for the moment. V, you hear a massive crash
Rather romantic, really.
inside.
Hear a crash, I'm going in.
Go
I'll try and
time.
open the door, unobfuscate, because
Yeah.
that's how it goes.
As you open the door and swing it open, you are grabbed by the back of the scruff of your neck by this huge hand that throws you back into the backyard as Nathaniel Boardruff throws you
Oh.
back, sword
Yeah.
in hand. It was
Fuck
obfuscated.
that guy. Yeah.
And draws their blade ready to meet you in combat. Is there anything you'd like to do? You see the door open, One Eye Case on the
Yeah.
ground. You see
Get
Irene on the
past him.
ground.
Blink.
Oh, I could blink.
Because
Yeah,
you
I
have
don't have
Bars
time to-
Caress, so even if it, like, you just need to do a single point of damage to him for Bars Caress to land.
Yeah, while he's down, when IK is down, I will blink and try and
Yeah.
stab the man.
Okay.
Are you going for
Oh,
him
thank
too?
God.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I love it.
We came here for one reason.
Yeah, we're going for him first, and then we can deal with Nathaniel.
Yeah.
Fucking hell. So yeah, I blink successfully in the sense that I don't get hungrier.
Yep.
Cool.
Make a dexterity melee. As Nathaniel can't keep up with your immense speed, you go straight past him,
Banu
A lot of
Haki.
dice.
slamming
And a
door
lot of
behind
hunger.
you with the speed that you bring, the wind of the speed of the
Melee.
wind that you bring with you.
Knife specialty. My knife.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Of course, it's messy.
We love
Fuck
getting
it,
all
I'll
the
use the
messy crits.
willpower as well.
Yeah, boom.
It was always going to
8
be a
successes.
dirty
8
fight. This
8
one, wasn't it?
successes. Yeah.
8 successes. Now you are
With a
going
messy
to with a messy critical.
Of course, both the hunger dice. Both
So
hit.
you are going to succeed by 1 success.
Yes.
So you deal 1 plus your knife's 2 damage,
Yes.
plus
yes,
extra
I
because
think
it's
so.
your one with the blade as well.
Yes. I don't remember the exact. Plus the
I
Baal's
believe
Caress.
it's and Baal's
Caress is a
Caress.
separate thing.
Wait,
You
I
need
got my
to,
book here.
yeah, so you need to make your Baal's Caress roll.
He has like high as fuck fortitude.
He
doesn't
does have high fortitude,
because
yes.
it's fortitude. It's occult and no fortitude resolve.
Yeah, he can make a fortitude resolve because he replaces occult with fortitude
Yeah.
instead.
Yeah. Kind of interesting.
But I still get some decent fucking dice.
it's the main thing.
And he don't get your power bonus.
Yeah. Is it still just 1 at 3 blood potency?
Power bonus?
2.
I believe it's just 1, yeah. I believe it's 1 for most levels. It's like each 4, you get an extra dice.
Yep.
I'll just
2
double
for
confirm.
fancy knife.
Yeah.
Hmm,
Discipline power bonus increases to 2 dice at blood potency 4, according to
okay.
the companion
Oh, no, wait.
guide.
They're just stay strong.
How extra 2 damage?
No, wait, that's just the dice. It doesn't actually do any extra damage.
So you just get 2
it just
dice.
gives you more. Yeah.
Yeah,
which
so
I
if you're going to
rolled.
roll... Oh, you already did that? Okay, amazing. In that case, you deal 1 superficial damage to him as fortitude reduces
That's
the
all
damage.
you need.
Man,
And-
probably has like 11 health.
And your knife is
Man.
also going to break, and you're going to take 2 superficial damage as it snaps against his skin and breaks into pieces.
Well,
You
there
can
goes
see
the character.
splinters of your knife. It shatters into pieces. You see the splinters of the stake, and his flesh remains unharmed as you sort of scrape across it. You open some of the flesh, but you don't deal much damage to him.
I rolled a shitty Miles Crest roll.
How much?
He rolled really good, didn't he?
Yes, he has a lot of fortitude and
Yeah, I
resolve.
only got
Motherfucker.
3, and I could do other
Mm.
rolls and stuff. But
You've
he
got
would
3
roll
special
high.
He's
willpowers.
got 8 successes.
Yeah, I.
No.
So he takes no damage from Baal's Caress. As it starts
Actually,
to...
if I roused for 5,
You'd have to get lucky.
do I risk it?
Yes.
Okay.
I would say perhaps.
Why
So
not?
You're
rouse,
not in an
a
area where you're
successful
going to get
rouse.
too much
True.
at the moment.
I'm afraid of hunger.
Okay, a good rouse, a good rouse.
Irene... actually, no, I'll wait till this resolves before things happen.
Okay.
Mm.
Thanks. Prolong my suffering.
You said he got 8.
You got 8 successes, yeah.
I am going to use a special willpower.
Okay.
Because I have
Now is the
7
time.
right.
Yes,
Yeah,
absolutely. Fucking
do
yes.
it. You go down from 3 to 2.
That 7 now becomes 10 with a crit.
10.
Fuck him, yes.
Okay, 10. So you deal 3 aggravated damage to him in the process. So as you do, slice the knife and it breaks off. Part of it, the splinter sort of flies up and hits into him. It starts to bubble and burn. He pulls it out. And yeah, he takes 3 aggravated damage in the
Next
process.
time the loser goes to stupid sleep, he's gonna stupid torpor for fucking 8,000 centuries.
Okay. So he... As V, you are attacking him, he will also respond as well to you. As you sort of bring the knife down, you have to stand above him. He's sort of on his knee. Splinters off, hits him. He growls, and his left hand cracks and grows into long protean claws that he's going to try and stab into you.
Nice.
I'm gonna try and dodge if that's
Also,
possible.
look at his
Dexterity
face.
athletics, please.
Let's
You can
confirm
add
he doesn't
your
know.
celerity as well.
Thank you.
This is so dirty, and I love it.
Athletics.
So dirty, how
Dogpiling this man.
it is. But you know,
I mean, him trying
That's
to
sort of
kill
how
us is also
vampire
dirty.
works.
So...
It's great. We were like, let's do this with finesse and efficiency, but now we're just like, yeah.
he gets you with 7. So you are...
Wait,
Special.
I can't re-roll. It's all the rest of the hunger.
That's all right.
Okay, so you are only... It's only +2
Oh,
damage,
okay.
so you only take 3 superficial damage.
Uh-huh.
We got
Unhalved, so
3
3.
back, am I right?
As his protean claws... Yeah, that puts you at... all superficial now, all crossed
Yeah.
out. You are impaired, so you do take a -2 to all your...
Wait,
Physical
I still
dice rolls.
have the
Comfortably
just-
numb.
Yes.
Yes, you do. You take no penalty.
Thank God I haven't gone to 500
As his
yet.
claws dig straight through you and he retracts them, you feel the pain, but it doesn't bother you as much as it usually would. At the same time, Irene, since you're prone, you're going to be more difficult to shoot as Balthazar goes, fuck it, kicks the flaming guy down the stairs and just fires a shotgun through the house out towards you. You don't have celerity, but since you technically have cover, he's going to lose 2 dice towards his shot.
You can always just pick up
Oh, God.
pick him up. Put old mate in front of the shop.
So you will take... He only got 3 successes. He's not within... he's not close...
+4 damage, though.
No, he's not close enough for it to be a +4. It's only +3.
Right.
So
Okay.
that's 6 halved to 3. So you only take 3 superficial damage from the shotgun as it fires wildly, exploding the chair behind you and riddling you with pellets. Joseph, the flaming man comes closer towards you. Your beast,
I go deeper into Rostrek and I run.
you run down the street.
Yeah, I
further
get
away.
across the street, get to the other gutter, probably get to the house that Duncan's in and like jump over the fence to get
Yeah.
behind it.
Yeah. By the time you reach there, the
Where is
man
Duncan?
is dead. The flaming man is killed, enveloped by flames, as it happens that quickly for a kindred. And Irene and V, You are
Uh.
here now. You are aware that you have one IK in front of you. Balthazar is there with a shotgun, and the Nosferatu is outside, just about to come inside as well.
Where's Duncan?
He's on
Use
the
the
roof.
radio
That's the
beam.
other side.
What would you
over
both
here.
like to do? Remember, you can heal, you can rouse the blood, you can
I'm
use
definitely
discipline.
healing at this point.
I'm gonna heal 2
Yep.
right now.
Fuck my hunger. Oh, thank God. Okay.
And I'm
you-
gonna go to 4 hunger.
Mhm. The
That is-
tension in this moment as you're stuck between these powerful kindred comes to the forefront. It kind of makes you feel a bit more in touch with the beast, a bit more alive, Irene, reminding you
Yeah.
of all the wars you fought way back when.
Can you heal more than one superficial per turn, or is it just
You
one?
can
Okay,
only
that's
make one rouse check to heal
that's fair.
per turn.
fine.
radio.
Cool.
Radio.
Yeah, I'll have the radio on, but I won't like bring it to my face to say things. I'll just like click the button while
While a shotgun goes off.
yeah, that and all the talking that I'll do.
Okay.
I'm gonna fuck. I'm in a bad shape, so I'm going
So
to go invisible. Sorry,
yeah, no,
Irene.
that's fine. I'll just keep.
You vanish.
Duncan, fucking shit's gone bad. Balthazar, Nathaniel, like all whispers. Well, vanished. Balthazar, Nathaniel, Bordroff. Who else? Was there anyone else that we could remember?
There's a dude that just died out the front, and then
I'm not
one
going to
IK.
mention the dude.
So
that
it's
just died.
those three.
He's aware, and when I KO
Nathaniel,
here, but-
Balthazar, one IK. Yep.
Mm-hmm. You just hear fuck from the other side of the radio.
yeah,
And
we're all in the kitchen out the back.
so you're just vanishing?
For now, yes.
Okay.
I'll be prepared to, if Irene gets attacked, to attack who's attacking Irene. But I'm just vanished. I've got the combat knife that I stole off of one of the people back
Yeah.
second position. People.
second
So I've got a
position people, yeah.
backup knife.
Yep.
It just doesn't have Baal's Caress on it.
So I'll need you to make wits obfuscate
Cool.
Nice.
versus Balthazar's wits or specs.
Balthazar has all specs.
He
That's good to know.
does.
Can't wait to kill this man again.
Again.
It was so satisfying the first time. It's gonna be even better this
Could be
time.
Anything.
And I'm gonna
You-
rouse.
Only have to beat 2 successes.
Well, then I'm not gonna rouse then. I
Um,
dropped one of my dice.
Irene, what would you like to do in this current moment?
I would like. So I'm currently on top of him.
No,
Right.
you're beside him. So both of you sort
Okay.
of fell together, but you went over and fell to
All
the
right.
side. And he actually stood up
Ah.
on his knee to attack V, and you see he has his protean claws out in his left hand.
Okay. I kind of want to grab him and sort of I guess like grapple him, but sort of maneuver him in a way that he is between me and Balthazar, if I can.
You want him to take the shotgun shot instead of you.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, this is going to be a difficult maneuver, but first we'll start with a strength
I
brawl. If you
I
have
have
a
a
specialty.
quick suggestion. Could you or are you strong enough to get him into the front yard?
Slowly, I will try to grab him first.
Okay, cool. Yeah,
yeah.
because I'm like, if we get him into range of Balthazar, things change.
He already
Duncan.
is, but
I
Balthazar
mean,
shot me.
Duncan.
not Balthazar,
Duncan.
Duncan.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
A lot
yeah,
of people
yeah.
with guns.
Yeah, there's a lot of people with
Always.
guns.
American.
Yeah. So strength brawl, did you say?
Strength brawl against his strength brawl.
Okay. That and that I get +4. Haha.
Hey.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm using
Um,
all my dice except for one, and that's the hunger dice. I'm not using.
Your specialty.
Yeah.
Are you envious of this man?
I'm envious of the fact that he has all of these disciplines.
I know.
I'm going
Hold
to
up.
spend a willpower.
The old elf.
Brings it to a
I
crit.
want skin. that can-
Another messy crit.
Yay!
Yeah.
That's 4, 6, 8, 10, 12.
Whoa. Yeah, you grapple him. He only gets 8 successes. You
Yay!
manage to jump onto his back and hold him. You can't hold his arms properly, but you can hold onto him and sort
Yeah.
of direct him around. Now, how this is going to work mechanically is basically you will get cover when Balthazar tries to shoot at you, and basically you'll be sharing the damage between the two of you.
Great. What happens to the messy crit for me?
Your messy critical.
Yeah.
We're going to go with. You can make a Fury Frenzy check, I think.
That's very fair.
In
That's
this mode. So essentially, you'll rip apart anything nearby to you.
Okay. What's the difficulty?
Difficulty is going to be 3.
What do I
0, none.
Zero. So
Let the beast out.
the beast wins in this
Oh,
case.
God.
Your tactical mind says put him in front of Balthazar. Your beast says no,
Yeah.
fucking kill him. And
Yeah.
you straddle the back of him, grab him, and sort of try to stick your fingers into his eyes, but his flesh is too strong. Even as you touch the eye, you can't break them at all. And you steer him back towards the window, and both of you smash outside of the room
Right.
and
Yeah.
collapse out of each other. So he's going to skip his turn because you grapple him so well, but you're going to be out of this room completely now.
Mhm.
And
In the front
you're-
yard.
and no, it's like on the side of the
Okay.
building.
Right. Okay.
That still works.
So now you're in a fury frenzy. The closest thing, be it be friend or foe, you are going to rip apart with all of your might.
Yep.
You can choose to use a willpower to take control of yourself for a turn, or you can let me pick your targets for
Yeah. Great.
you. You'll be
Makes
technically.
sense.
Yeah.
Mhm.
As this is happening, Nathaniel rips the door off of the hinges and throws it behind himself. Steps inside with his sword, ready to swing it. No enemies in front of him. He growls and looks around. Balthazar sort of points and says, "She's right fucking there." He doesn't quite point to where you are. And Nathaniel just swings at nothing and cleaves the table directly in two. It's too close for comfort, but it misses you.
Ooh. As he's cleaving the table, can I like get at the back of his head?
If you do, it gives Balthazar a chance to shoot you.
That is.
So you can take the chance to do that if you'd like to.
Do I risk it?
It's a shotgun, not within its deadliest range, so it's only +3. Only +3 damage.
Only
Plus
+3,
three,
that's
fuck.
all her.
He's a
My
good shot.
health.
He's a good shot.
No, I don't think my character is going to die this session. That's probably a bad idea. Oh,
going
Acrobat
to-
is rough.
Yeah.
I'm just going to continue chatting with Duncan, that now say to the side of the house, and just watch for a bit more.
Mhm.
Prepared, but watching.
Okay. As you do so, Joseph, your terror frenzy is going to end as the fire disappears because the man turns to ash and disappears. There's nothing for it to do anymore.
Lovely. I shall
So-
save the token of succumbing with Madame Golconda herself, and I shall store that to the side. Do I see Irene fall out the side of the...
No, not from this angle. You're also very far away.
Yeah, I think I'm going to head back over.
You can make it just to the ashes of the dead kindred this
Okay.
turn without celerity.
Can I What do I see?
You can see inside the front door, you can see Balthazar, the back of Balthazar's head. And that's about it.
I can see the back of Balthazar's head. Would I be able to get Purge off?
Yeah, you can, as long as you can see him properly.
That's incredible. Yeah, I see him and I'm just like, we'll get him to throw his guts up.
Ooh.
Cool. Success. So he needs to make a stamina resolve against my intelligence blood sorcery.
Stamina resolve. Power bonus. Never forget the power bonus.
No, I always forget it too.
On stamina resolve.
Since he's resisting
for
a
me.
discipline, everybody,
Oh.
everybody involved gets their power bonus. Since if you are enacting
Even to
it,
resistor? Oh,
yes,
shit.
if you're
I did
enacting a
not know
discipline
that.
or resisting a discipline, you get your
You write
power
it down.
bonus. Ooh.
It's a good roll. I got 9 successes.
Okay. 9 successes. He gets 5.
Cool. So he takes non-halved superficial damage.
Mhm.
I did not crit. So his guts just like he still throws up a bit, but it's not enough to like lose a point of hunger.
So it's more like it starts to leak out of every pore of his body. It comes out of his mouth, some of it out of his eyes and such. He starts to sweat the blood as well. He coughs quite a bit of it out of the side. He doesn't know where it comes from.
Yeah.
He takes 4 superficial damage.
Great.
At the same time, what rushes past you, Joseph, probably unsurprising, is this huge brown bear that rushes past, and just crashes through the front door, slaps Balthazar out of the way so that he flies up, hits the wall, and slides down. Growls at all the people in here. Nathaniel Borderoff sort of holds his sword to his side, almost grins at such a huge combatant to fight against. And Irene, you're in a fury frenzy.
I am.
Would you like to
Kill
take
him.
control, or would you like to brawl it out with one IK outside here?
Let's brawl it out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Trust the beast.
You are going
Yeah.
to
I've been frenzied
Beast
in
is
so
bashed as
long.
fuck.
Yeah.
you are going to make a strength brawl roll
Very well.
against his strength brawl. Both of you
I'm
are going to do.
assuming
Actually,
don't have the ability to like rouse the blood in this situation because I'm just going at it.
No,
yeah, I
unfortunately
was
not.
about to say, like, how
Yeah, you'd have-
sophisticated is your beast? Can you touch him oblivion?
You don't get control of yourself during a frenzy, I'm afraid. The only way to do
Yeah.
so is suspend your willpower.
Mhm.
Or
Now the difference here is that you have no sense of self
Preservation.
self-preservation. So the both of you will be dealing damage to each other
Wait.
regardless of defense or avoidance.
And no willpower re-rolling, right?
And willpower re-rolling.
Great.
You have to use that to take control of yourself.
or V can give you a real willpower without you knowing. Leo, come on.
9.
9. So you are going to deal. Did you activate prowess?
I did before, so I'm assuming it's still there.
Yeah, of course. If it's
Okay,
still active,
yeah.
it's active for the scene.
Yeah.
So you will do an extra 4 with your unarmed
Oh.
self. So that is 13 minus 5 from his toughness, putting it to 8. Then halved is 4 superficial damage.
That's
Quite a lot of
pretty good.
damage, and you are going to take 6 unhalved superficial damage from his protean claws.
Okay.
The two of you are
Protean.
looking quite poor at this point as his claws
Yeah.
rake through you, and you actually just grab his flesh and tear it off of his body as you sort of scream out, your beast taking full control.
Oh, good,
of
you're
you.
screaming. Excellent. Thank you for that verbal stimuli. I'm on my way.
What are you on, Irene?
I'm on 2 aggravated.
Oh, you're fine.
And
Yeah.
so I have 4 points of damage left, and then I'm gone.
Yeah. During Fury
Feel
Frenzy,
Easy.
fine.
during Fury Frenzy, you ignore impairment as well.
Okay.
You don't have that part that holds you
Yeah.
back. At the same time, V, is there anything you'd like to do? before
Yes. As the
Yes.
fucking bear comes in and Nathaniel gets ready to like sword up a bear, I'm
Mm.
going to then attack the back of Nathaniel's head because Balthazar's out of action.
Yep.
I want Duncan to go after our man 1IK. I'm gonna just get on this man's back and try and cut off his head. But
Luck.
mostly just try and kill him. But
Yeah.
if head decapitation happens, decapitation happens.
Dexterity melee, please.
Oh yeah.
You can add a +2 because you're coming out of obfuscate to surprise.
Oh, thank goodness.
Oh yeah. Good luck.
Joseph, what would you like to do?
I hear Irene scram.
Hmm.
So I will
Help.
be running to help Irene.
It's,
I will probably
rouse
try
the
to
fun.
stick to the front to keep my distance because if
Mhm.
she's yelling and screaming, something is clearly wrong. And what I'm going to do is try to make myself as little of a target as possible, but get eyes on what's going on. Am I able to see them?
yes, but you see the two of them tussling with each other. There's like claws going out.
Yeah.
There's pieces of
Ugh.
flesh flying everywhere. They're both moving and dancing. Two animals, basically. Two wolves, perhaps, dancing between each other and tearing each other apart.
Extinguish Vitae is not going to help right now because does 1IK, is his hood down? Can I see him now?
No, his hood is actually up.
Oh,
Joseph,
my-
I'll get. Sorry, his hood is down. Sorry.
Yeah, what's it
and
look like?
I would like you to make an intelligence politics roll, please.
Okay.
Ooh, this is kind of interesting.
Intelligence, politics, of which I do have a dot.
V, how many successes?
13 regular crit.
13 with a regular critical. Okay. He
I got 3 successes. I can't
does
get
have a dot in celerity, so he can dodge, but isn't.
But also bear? But also bear?
You got your +2.
Yes, I know.
He's gonna willpower it because he's not rolling very well. That's just me in general.
Oh,
How many successes? 13.
13.
+2 damage. Oh, sorry. It's a normal combat knife, so it's +2 damage.
Yep.
15. He gets 7, so that is 8 hard 4 superficial damage.
I might
Yeah.
use a special willpower to
What?
get more.
You need 10 to behead, right? To decapitate.
10. You have to beat them by 10.
Yeah, you gotta beat them by 10.
10 successes, not 10 damage.
Oh, hell yeah. I got 2 more successes.
Okay, so that puts it to 5 superficial damage when it's hard.
Okay.
Well, the-
Mm.
so-
damage. No, you have to
Damage
beat them with
10.
Damage
successes.
not- yeah.
You have to beat them with
Got
successes,
it.
not damage.
Got it.
Okay, and yeah, you
Got-
deal 5 superficial damage to him. As you
Joseph.
do so, it's a huge blow. You actually cut deep into the side of the neck. A lot of blood starts to come out.
Nice.
How hungry are you right now?
Oh, hunger.
Make a hunger frenzy check, please.
And
So I used
compulsion
a normal.
is still going.
this is
Yeah.
so intense.
Yes, compulsion is still
bro.
going.
And I
know.
got
I know.
3, but I can get more if need be.
3 is not going to be enough. I need at
right,
least
I'll get
5.
more. All right. I'll do it.
I feel
Fine.
like this is important.
2 successes, you
I
fail, V. You're going to fall into
Mhm.
a hunger frenzy check.
Oh, I am
Hunger
aware.
frenzy during this time. Again, same
Mhm.
rules with the fury frenzy, except you're going to try and eat the blood.
I'm to collect another Nossi.
No, I can't have a collection of Nosferatu living in my head.
so I roused and used a willpower,
Yeah.
and I have 5 now.
Brilliant. You have recollections of. You remember there was a vision you were given some time ago when you fought in the War of Chicago.
Mhm.
The battle that claimed this character's life, or at least you thought so. But you stand in the presence of the Mad King Loden.
Brother.
Okay, I think
Oh.
he, having such a moment with his beast, yells, Loden,
Hmm.
points his finger, and will try to use Purge on him.
Okay, you will be doing this at a -2 as Irene is giving him cover.
Okay,
Oh, this man really
successful rouse.
Really old.
Fucker!
Oh, that explains the entire. Yep.
-2.
This is the plot of this fucking game, bro.
So he does stamina resolve.
Yep. Stamina resolve.
Ooh, the dice said, hey.
Power bonus in his hunger. Okay, that. Ooh.
Joseph, come on, bro. I'm going down.
He's got 12.
I got 8.
More willpower. Let's go.
I will rouse.
Okay.
Ooh, okay. I'm still I roused okay, but I'm like, I need this. I still. All right, so with the rouse, it brings me to 10. And that's with a crit. Okay, I will do 1 special willpower.
All right. Very well.
Now's the time, girls.
Oh,
Okay. So that brings me to
You have to equal a 12.
212.
You do a
Because
s-
this is already a messy critical.
Mm.
Irene, would you like to give me another messy critical?
Can I do that if there's already
No,
one?
not during Fury of Frenzy.
No.
Oh,
Right.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You are out of control currently.
Fuck.
Yeah. You will do a single superficial willpower damage.
Yeah, it
that's all.
throws up a bit, so it's better than
Yeah,
nothing.
it sort of spurts out of the wounds that have already been created by Irene. You see Irene's furious fangs are out. She's ripping and tearing into Loden, as Loden is also ripping and cutting her up with his claws. He's almost got this mad smile on his face as he does so.
Yeah.
Um,
You're supposed to be dead.
At the same time, I'll need dexterity athletics as the Nosferatu will turn around and swing their sword at you.
Mm-hmm.
They can't see you properly, so they'll get a -2 penalty on his dice roll as he just blindly swings it at you.
Cool.
Actually, sorry, you're in hunger. No,
I
you're
am in
still.
hunger frenzy. I'll still move out of the way.
I think so. I think during a hunger frenzy, you at least have unlike a fury frenzy, you at least have the capacity to. You know what? You can do
Gotta
it,
be
but
alive
you
to
will.
eat.
You will also have a -2 penalty.
On top of my
Yes.
already 2 penalty.
Yes,
Okay.
you will. So it's a total of -4.
Haha,
the
that's
process.
3 dice. I
Sorry.
can't rouse.
He has
If
half his bonus
Loden
as well.
reaches for Irene's sword, which I don't think he will, do let me know.
1 success.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go, girl.
I'm not gonna beat him with 1 success.
You never know.
Okay.
You got
I-
-3.
Need you to either spend willpower or to use your special
rouse.
willpower, because if
I
you
can't use. I'm on all hunger, so I
Okay.
will rouse.
please do rouse.
And we're at 5 hunger, but
You're already frenzy.
3.
Yeah, that's good, because if you didn't do that, he would have instantly decapitated you.
Oh,
So
fuck, yeah.
Yeehaw!
You go to torpor as he slashes into
This
your
is
body
so bad,
and
dude.
knocks you across with the amount of potence he has. You fly across into the kitchen, slam into the sink, and fall down into torpor.
Cool.
At the same time, Duncan and
Duncan,
McTavish.
please.
Duncan McTavish and Balthazar are going to engage in a battle. You see Balthazar also brings out his own protean claws, and the two start grappling each other as he starts to wrestle with this bear. Two of them are very strong. So simply roll for both of them. Duncan beats him by a little bit, and Balthazar sort of falters. The bear reaches back, smacks him with a backhand, and it pushes him through the wall. He breaks out and falls out the other side, and the bear follows him out there, engaging in combat. So, Irene, you're still in Fury Frenzy against the Mad King Loden. The two of you are
We'll
engaged
kill
in
him.
combat.
Can I ask an out of character question?
Of course you can.
About how he be looking at the moment.
He looks
Perfectly fine.
as wounded as you are.
Okay, that's pretty wounded.
Yeah.
I am going to spend willpower
Mm.
to wrench control back
Yes.
As
To
I'm
myself.
yelling and
for
hollering.
this turn. The sound of Joseph's voice is probably an anchor of some kind.
Yay! Best friends.
Yeah. Many D&Ms with Joseph and
Yeah.
Irene over the time.
You're like, Ayo, that Loden? Wait, the frenzy ends? Nah.
Yeah. What the fuck?
Nah, man, nah. They said she was dead.
I am going to step back,
Mm.
take the sword out,
Mm.
which has Velcro on it, I
Yay.
believe, and try and stick it in one of the wounds that I've dealt him that is open and bleeding.
Yeah.
If I can.
Yeah, so it will not grant you any extra advantage against his fortitude as it affects his whole body.
That's
you can
okay.
harden it at any time. So it'll
The
just
Baal's
be
Caress will work
the
though,
Baal's
right?
Caress will absolutely work if you deal damage to him.
A
I'm
single
sacrificing my Zweihander for this bitch.
Yeah.
It will break in the process.
Yeah, I know. This is fine.
Hmm.
All right.
All right,
I'm gonna
make
try
a
this.
strength
Stab he.
melee check. Your specialty in this sword.
I believe.
Yes. Specialty in swords, extra dice, half potence. I'm at 4 hunger, but I'm going to rouse anyway. Successfully.
Yay!
Risking it.
I know. Okay. Look, it's another messy critical.
Yeah.
Of course it is. It just makes the most sense now, doesn't it?
Mhm.
You
Yeah.
wrestled just enough control of the beast to use it as a weapon.
Yeah. Okay, so that's 14. Messy critical.
14 successes. Again, now that you have control of yourself.
Mm.
No, I think in this case, if you're going in an all-out attack, which it sounds
All
like
out.
you are, yeah, okay. The both of you
Yeah.
are going to deal damage to each other again.
It's fine.
14 plus 3, because it's a sword, minus
Yes.
5, minus his... So it was 14 plus 3, 17, minus his 5 to 12, minus his 7 that
Plus
he
my
got.
prowess, half my prudence, which is 2.
Yeah. So both of you...
That's a lot of math.
Yeah. So basically, what it's easy, Jack. Both of you go into war is what happens.
Yeah.
As you bring the sword down, it crashes against his shoulder,
Uh-huh.
shatters into so many pieces, and you just use that sharpened piece to stab it into a section. But as you're sort of bringing it to stab it at him, both of his claws slam through your chest, and you feel yourself getting dragged into the darkness of torpor before you see that he also takes the blade into his side and also falls down. This big smile across his face, blood pumping through his body. The two of you fall onto your knees into torpor, blades in each other's bodies. Just frozen there like an art sculpture.
I love it.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
Joseph, you are the only one who is not in torpor in this coterie currently.
What? How the turntables? Wow. I can't see V, can I? Or was she thrown through the wall?
I'm in the sink.
No, V is in the sink currently.
Okay.
You heard the crash
Irene,
inside.
your blood potency is 4, isn't it?
Look, it's 3.
My blood potency is 3.
Yeah.
3.
Do you need greater blood potency to wake someone up, or just equal
Yes,
count?
you need to do greater. Has to be above them. So you cannot wake Irene up unless you critically succeed on
Unless
blood
I do
potency.
another blood of potency.
Or you get someone else to wake them.
Would it be fucked up if I fed you Loden's blood to wake you up?
Do it, bro.
I think he...
Yes, but also
Yeah, I think he's going to run over because, like, Irene can't be down right now. He is going to disrespectfully grab like half the face of Loden, pull it to the side, just lift his body up and get Irene's mouth. It is not, he's not a strong man, so it's like grabbing part of Irene's fucking fringe and just pushing wound into mouth.
It's so bizarre, Joseph, but as you get closer towards him, you find you cannot physically touch him. There's something beyond this that you are trying to do, but you can't bring yourself to touch him.
That's so strange.
Huh? Can I understand
Blood
why?
bonded tree? No.
You suspect that might be a blood bond.
With me?
Mm.
Yes.
To him?
Yes.
Wait, keeping track of how many people you're blood bonded to. Wait.
Me, he's blood bonded to me.
Yeah,
I'm not blood bonded to anyone. The only thing I'm blood
yes,
bonded
you
are.
to is
It's
the
tree and
tree.
Irene.
The tree and me.
Hmm.
I've
No, I
woken you up
resist-
from torpor so many times, bro. I'm sorry.
No, but I can resist blood bonding no matter what.
Do you
Oh,
have
can't.
you have a roll to resist it, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Can I
Well-
try to resist it in this moment?
I'll let you roll for it. Resolve and composure.
This
against
is probably
blood
from
bond.
ages ago, though,
Oh.
right?
It is a long-term
Yeah.
blood bond.
Yeah.
The people you've been
Yeah.
feeding on have actually been ghouls of his on the street. So a few of you actually do have dots of blood bond towards Loden. Irene, since you have the
Bruh.
ring, you are resistant to it.
I should have
yeah.
been resisting.
Against this blood, you could still
Resolve and
resisting.
What, sorry?
Resolve composure.
Resolve. Do I get a power bonus?
No, this is not a discipline.
This is interesting and fun.
Mm.
Come on, Kana. Come on, girl. You can be with me. That's pretty good. That's real good.
To beat the bond, you need to get 4 successes.
I got 6.
You
Fuck this old man.
resist
Fuck this stupid cunt.
the-
I grab him. I jam his fucking wound into Irene's mouth.
okay.
Oh,
Probably
Irene,
need to make a hunger frenzy, though.
yes, you do. You awaken at 5 hunger.
You
You need to make a
Yeah.
hunger frenzy check. Your fury frenzy is
Okay.
over, but you feel that blood and it's fucking
God.
good.
Yeah.
So I need you to make a difficulty 4 hunger frenzy check.
I'm rolling 3 dice, so I have to crit. Okay.
You have to
I
crit.
believe. I believe.
It's
You have
2
special?
successes.
Ooh.
You sink your fangs into Loden's neck and begin to drink
Mm.
his blood.
Okay.
Okay.
Cool.
Cool. I'll wait till my next turn. to help
Other
you.
things are happening during the meantime. A few other things happen. And basically, you hear some sounds, Joseph. No one knows what's going on. It's chaotic. And then all of a sudden, Nathaniel Boardruff is outside staring you down. And there's a knowing look between you both. And he pulls his sword out from the side, ready to attack you. What would you like to do?
Actually, I have a choice.
Mm.
I can center and help Irene, which would
There's
give
a
her.
big, strong bad guy over there.
Do you know
Man,
what
look
else?
out.
I need to use my skeleton key against this man. I need you in your right fucking mind to do that. Because you can. Oh wait, how much health would you have?
Nothing.
Oh,
She's
fuck.
awake at full damage.
Yeah. I'm pretty useless at the moment.
Because if you feed on him, you might diablerize him.
Correct.
The
There's a
only
chance.
chance of not diablerizing is if you crit on a resist roll or you use a willpower on a concurrent turn.
Hmm.
Nathaniel got hit pretty hard.
He
by
took
V.
5 superficial damage. Quite a big blow. Possibly impaired. Hard to tell.
Yeah. I have nothing big to use except Purge to really fight. I want to get to V, but I won't be able to get to her without him destroying me instantaneously.
Don't get too close to him. He's a sword fighter.
Yeah. Do
And
fast
he
combat.
is also not able to be negotiated with.
You remember your
I-
history between the two of you. He was more eager to cut your hand off before even talking.
Yeah, we know now that he just hates Kindred and
Yep.
himself. So I
Can always.
I'm gonna stay down by Loden and Irene and just be like, Irene, push through this. You don't need to do this. Like, you have control of the beast. I know you, and he's just gonna talk and probably like he didn't get hit by anything. So I think he's just going to like purge. It's all he can do.
Yeah.
He needs to make a where is it? Stamina resolve.
Stamina and resolve.
Oh boy. Right.
No.
Stamina resolve. Power bonus.
Whoa! Okay. I'm so not used to
whoa.
rolling good in this game. No, that's a good whoa. It's a very good whoa. And I roused successfully to add more to my whoa.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Now to do simple addition.
The hardest
You
part.
can tell me the number and I can do all the maths.
So
Tense.
Don't need to count their death.
Heart racing.
Oh.
13 with a
heart.
messy critical.
13
Yeah.
with a mystic critical. So that
So he loses
is-
blood because of the crit.
Yes, he does. He gets hungrier. In the process, that is a huge blow.
Mhm.
Nice.
I
work.
think if it does a lot, he is just trying to rend him from the inside.
It does a lot of damage, and as you do so, he sort of curls over, retches blood out of his body. A lot of it, actually. How hungry are you, Joseph?
I am, because I successfully roused, I'm at 300.
You are fine then at hunger 3.
Yeah.
Chillin'.
During the
Irene,
process,
If I'm allowed to get a little quip out, I'd be like, if you don't want to be us so bad, purge yourself.
dexterity athletics, please.
And then
Yeah.
Come on, man. Come on, Joseph. You got this.
I have 2 dice. I'm
Potency.
dead.
I think it's
Rouse.
hunger frenzy.
Oh, true, I could rouse.
Yes. You should rouse.
Sorry, that should be a hunger.
Successful
dice.
rouse.
Good.
Actually, that was not too bad. My highest dex roll yet. That's a 3.
3. How much?
Woo.
How much health do you have left?
3.
And are they all superficial currently?
They're empty.
You just survived this thing.
You're
You have
Yay!
one superficial left. The rest of it is aggravated as his sword rends through you and actually skewers you, lifting you up into the air.
Yeah.
He holds you there. You are
My
still conscious,
fucking
barely. Irene,
Yeah.
so since his blood potency is 2 above yours, you can you slake 2 points of hunger for every 1 point you take from him. So
Okay.
Nice.
this turn you slake 2 hunger. You go in hunger 3. You continue to
Okay.
drink. You'll continue to drink 1 more turn.
Yep.
V, you're still in torpor.
Yep.
There's
Still in a
more
sink.
hustle and bustle out the back.
Yeah.
Like every good house party, I'm unconscious in the sink.
Is it midnight yet? It's like after midnight. That's when the cops come. But we're fine.
All right, some more fighting out the back. Joseph, you can do one more thing before you're going to be put into torpor.
He got real hurt by that. So
Real
probably
hurt. yeah.
another one's probably gonna do the job.
Mhm.
I think as he's held up, I need to come up with a quip. So I think it would just like, that's not enough. If you're still standing, there's more in you. And he's gonna hold his hand over Nathaniel's face and try and pull every ounce of blood out of him right now.
Okay. Make the same check again.
Yeah. Cool.
Our bonus. Hungrier. No, sorry.
That's gonna be one good roll. I will browse because I do have a little bit of... Oh my god. Thank you, Browse. Thank you. Thank you, Carla, everyone. Ooh. I got 10.
10. Is there any way you can get more because he has 11?
Yes, I can.
Okay, good.
And
Um,
all special willpowers.
yeah, I'll use... Do I have more special willpower?
You have one
You have
more.
one left.
I will use it, please.
Oh.
All right. Last special willpower. Remember, guys, you can give them to our players if you
Yes.
get enough watch time. Please give them to our players.
Oh, I'm gonna do this again. I need another one real soon.
Hey,
It's
all of
just
you feeling
10,000
generous in the
points.
chat.
Ah!
Expanding them.
Can I
12.
give them? I
Well,
feel bad giving them because I'm a
So you're going to do 2
Yeah, I've
superficial,
done-
unhalved superficial damage to him, which is not enough to put him into torpor.
Okay.
Unfortunately, he has a lot of health.
Okay.
Hey, who are you giving that to, my Jimbot? I have no idea who Gambate is.
Which one of us is going
Definitely.
Check's character sheet.
Is that me? I'll take it. Okay.
I
Hmm.
would like to bargain. Can I
You-
succeed at a cost?
He has too much health.
How much? How much? I need
I'm
to
not going to
know.
tell you.
Where can I get more dice?
Joseph, you get the special willpower.
Okay.
So you have at least one.
Okay. Let me look at
I am afraid that Joseph, he twists the sword and you go into torpor.
Oh,
And
God.
he
I'm
flings-
awake, but I'm not okay.
He flings you off of it down to the ground with a growl.
Gross.
He beats you with a messy critical, and he's going to fly into a hunger frenzy. Irene,
Cool.
during
Hello.
this
He still
scene-
took a little bit of damage, though, right?
He did, absolutely.
Okay, cool.
Absolutely. He's looking bad. You did a lot of damage to him, to be fair.
Excellent.
Don't want to get this wrong, but he's taken a lot of damage.
Okay.
Irene, you go to one
Uh,
hunger. Your hunger frenzy is over. You have a choice whether you want to continue to drink from the Mad
Oh.
King Loden, or if you want to stand back up.
Falcon punch Nathaniel, because we're next to you while this is happening. See my unconscious form just.
So I'm at hunger 1.
You're in hunger 1.
Loden would still be in torpor if she went off, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
He's in torpor for a while. If
Think
he's
about
as
how
old as
fucking
he says
annoying
he is.
he would be in your head.
In your brain. Yeah. The only reason I would do it is because story. That's the only reason.
I think the choice is yours.
The other thing is I am fully torpored slump on the ground next to you.
Hey, I'm next to
Yeah.
Balthazar. He's next to Nathaniel. We're chill.
Yeah. If she comes out of hunger frenzy,
She does.
she won't do it.
A good Christian girl.
It's not as tragic, Shakespearean fucking character,
Yeah.
but I won't do it.
It makes sense for the character.
Yeah.
Okay, you retract your fangs out of the neck as hard as it is with such
So
delicious
hard.
ancient blood. Elder
Yeah.
blood is always thicker, darker, and more delicious. You stand up and you observe the silence and the chaos. You can still hear some battling off to the left side of the house. And Nathaniel Borderoff stands almost next to you in the thralls of a frenzy.
Hunger frenzy.
His fangs
Yeah.
are out. You are the closest thing nearby.
I'm hurting
Mm.
so bad. Ah,
Uh,
has he still got his sword in his hand?
He does, gripping it almost too tightly.
Okay. How far away is he?
Only a couple of feet. You could reach him if
Yeah.
you took one step.
Yeah, it's like right on
Good.
top of us.
we've got Punga back.
No. This is fucked. I'm going to
Fair. Accurate.
I'm going to activate Arms of Ahriman.
Okay,
Rouse check.
certainly.
It is a 10.
You gain a stain.
Oh,
As for this
That's the
particular
story you needed.
As
Yep,
for
that's
this
the
particular
story.
moment, there's the desperation that makes you reach deeper inside of you and touch
Yeah.
the darkness. Open that door just a little bit further. It
Yeah.
creeps in ever closer.
She probably looks back at Loden, thinks about what she was about to do.
Mm.
Sort of, I don't know, she's kind of not in herself at the moment. Really dissociative, almost like she's looking at herself do things from like above in a way. It's the pain, it's the delicious, potent vitae. It's like seeing V and Joseph on the ground. I'm going to basically just lift him off the ground if I can, wrap this arm around him, and just slam him with as much force as I can into the wall sort of behind the kitchen.
Yeah.
Sort of crashing into everything along
Great.
the way.
So we will do. We'll just have to double check. I know they need to make a composure resolve. Actually, it'll be strength brawl using half your potence. That's right, because they use your strength
Yes.
things, don't they?
Yeah. Okay.
So make a composure resolve against
Yeah.
your Arms of Ahriman to try and resist them.
Okay. What?
Nothing. Story rolls.
Okay.
Bestially fail.
No. I'll rouse just because it's one of those moments, you know.
Yeah.
I get hungrier immediately.
Again, that elder blood wafts into your nostrils.
It turns it into a crit. 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 successes.
He gets 0 successes.
Okay.
So is it a bestial? Sorry, is it a messy or is it a normal critical?
Take a guess.
Mind you, just don't just be.
In this, okay, if it's going to be a messy critical,
It's another messy.
Yeah, in this case,
Yeah.
you
She's
will.
so out of it.
yeah.
She's so out of it.
You use the last part of. You are barely conscious with this. It's like you're not doing this. You've taken a back
Yeah.
seat. Your beast summons the darkness so much, and it wraps around him that when you sort of draw your hand back almost lazily and then draw it forward, the shadow grabs him and just slams him through the entire house next door, just from top to bottom, exploding the entire house through him as he makes his way through, and it collapses down upon him. With a messy critical, you're going to succumb and fall into torpor after this process happens. You're going to collapse to your knees, see a little bit of darkness as it sort of begins to surround you, and fall into a blissful sleep.
Next
you
to each other. Best friends.
Hear that sort of. The last thing you hear, Irene, is yourself making that sound, that almost whale-like drone that sort of echoes throughout and echoes through your mind like a droplet of water that ripples through. And you all fall into torpor. We're going to take this moment to take a very short break.
Yeah.
We're going to take 5 minutes just to cool off, get some water, and relax.
Yep.
So everybody stick with us for 5 minutes, and we'll be right back. See you in a moment. Welcome back, everybody. Continuing our Vampire the Masquerade game. Each of you experience different dreams. Now, Kindred don't often dream, usually called daymares and things like. But I'd like each of you to describe to me what your character dreams of when given the chance. It can be as short or as long as you like.
So good.
Or I can give you dreams if you can't think of anything off the top of your head,
I've-
which is perfectly valid.
I've got, I think.
Please.
So it will start off with V in the hospital room with her mother lying on a hospital bed, her brother standing next to her, a lot younger. He's just a kid. He's just a teenager. V, only 21, just took the day off uni, missing a couple of class, getting all of these emails popping up on her phone about what's happening, and just holding her mother's hands. And then it will merge weirdly. The hospital will change, and it will turn into her at her desk getting the email from her old buddy about, hey, there's this documentary in Cairo I'd like to shoot with you. I think it'd be really cool to do this. It's like we've got to show what's happening with abuse of power, and these people are fighting for their lives, and we need to capture this, and we need to show the world. And it's this point where V is about to tell Michael, her brother. She walks towards him, but in this version, she doesn't tell Michael. She decides that because her mother's death was too fresh, that she's not going to go, and she sends an email back to, can't remember his name, saying, "I'm sorry, not this time." And then it will fade back into, it will be when she is in Cairo. And in this version of Cairo, when her friend asks her not to go out, not to try and break into a prison like an idiot, she listens to him this time. And with the smashed camera, she puts the pieces back together and decides to stay in that night. And then it will change to another time. And it's when she is fighting the Second Inquisition in Cairo, and her sire is getting shot and she gets shot. And she fury frenzies, but this time she attacks the Second no, she doesn't fury frenzy this time. She fear frenzies and leaves. And then it twists to Mexico, and she decides in this version not to blow up a fucking warehouse full of the Sabbat, because that's dumb as shit. And then it will merge to Chicago, and her texting Michael to make sure he's okay in Michigan. And in this version, she catches a glimpse of Joseph on the street, and this version of her knows who Joseph is, but she decides to just wave and be polite and talk to him at Elysium, and talk to him a lot sooner than she ever did before. And it just goes through a couple of these scenes of making different decisions and different things happening within the life of V, to the point where she meets Irene at the thing, at that time the prince called upon us. And
that first diner you all
Yeah.
met.
where we first all got to meet each other. And in this, she opens up to the coterie straight away. She doesn't hide who she is. She doesn't hide the terrible things she's done. She tells them about her murdering her sire and about the web of knives straight away. And it just ends with a lovely sunset that they all get to see together somehow. It's mysterious, it's magical, they don't die, it's more human. And that's how it goes.
Hmm. What else do our kindred dream of?
Well, okay. I think Irene's are a little, it's sort of similar in a lot of ways. I think when she does dream, it's always about this sort of this redheaded woman who she can barely remember the face of from a long time ago, but she remembers that she was kind of short, kind of romantic in her figure and the way she spoke. She was kind of, I don't know, rustic and robust and used to swear a lot and was so different from the way that Irene was always. Irene was brought up in a very different environment, element, and such. And she remembers spending a lot of time with her inside a convent when she was a lot younger, a long time ago, one that she can, again, barely remember. The names and a lot of the faces escape her. It's like all of these people who walk around are sort of just bodies without recognizable faces, and yet they all seem almost within reach to her. And she remembers sort of walking with this one woman in the halls of this convent, through the passageways, in the rooms, sharing a bedroom with her more than one time. And when she walks out into the grounds of the convent with her, then suddenly it's a much different environment. War-torn cities, countryside, fields with dead bodies lying everywhere, the after effects of blood magic kind of permeating the air, creating a kind of rotten stench, which she learned to hate so much over the time. And she loses sight of the woman, calls out for her time and time again, never seems to be able to reach her. She wanders for what feels like forever in this field of dead people, until she finds her in a sort of abandoned building that's been destroyed by war and time and destruction and violence. And there are people standing around her. She's on some kind of table, altar of some kind, and they're torturing her, doing awful things to her. And she can't see what they're doing. She doesn't want to see. But when the torturers look up and spot Irene, they all seem to have Irene's face about them. They laugh and they say that this is what we need to do. We have no choice in the matter. And they just repeat these words over and over again. And Irene stumbles sort of through time, walks along the bottom of the ocean of what feels like forever, crushed and liberated by the darkness of the water for what seems like forever, until she emerges on the shore on the other side of the ocean, where she meets two other kindred who she feels at first apprehensive about, long time enemies of her people she's been taught to hate, people she's learned to hate for so long, and suddenly she's being told to be friends with them, and she will, because she's always done what she's told. And in this time, when she gets to know these people and perhaps learns to love them, sees them as an anchor for her own self, she finds this woman again, but almost like she's just on the other side of a veil, so she can see her but never quite reach out and touch her. And it's just this constant push and pull of almost being able to see, almost being able to reach what she remembers from so long ago, but never quite getting there, as though it's something that she no longer deserves. And it's just a constant trying to find meaning and love in others and succeeding to a certain extent, but always longing after something that she had once but doesn't have anymore. And it's a stalemate. And when she dreams, then it's always a dream that can never quite progress.
I think Joseph he's in Chicago. He knows he's in Chicago, but it's like a toy version, like when Stitch goes through the little toy town and tears it apart. You can see it all there, and there's this large ivory tower that sits right at the edge on the coast, and it continues to emit light all around him. But there's kind of where the university would be, this pyramid of black stone that has a small slit right near the top, and it is trickling blood down and out across the entire city. And it's not startling. The city is covered in blood. He's walking in it because he's also made of blood and bone. And he kind of shifts in a way that he's in a living room that he hasn't seen in many, many years. And he's here with people that he recognizes. It's Christmas. The table's full of lush Christmas food, of a very small fowl, a few pieces of bread, like some vegetables. It is a lavish feast. He sees his parents, his older sister, his younger sister. They're all sitting there and they're laughing, and he's laughing. And they're talking together, move into the living room to talk and drink more, and kind of the perspective shifts around him. The floor, it's always blood. And he gets up to hug his mother, to thank her. As his arms come into contact with her shoulders, they become blood. And she liquefies in his arms till he's holding a pure white skeleton. And it's startling. He lets go and doesn't know why his touch did that. And his father comes over to reassure him and touches his shoulder. And it's warm and pleasant, but he panics and he tries to embrace his own father for support, and it liquefies at his touch as he tries to hold onto them and become blood. His older sister looks over from the room with blood on the floor and him holding two skeletons that he's just trying to get a response out of. And she comes over, but he steps back. He doesn't want to have to hurt her. He doesn't know what this means, but he bumps into something behind him, and there is this large figure that's formed out of the blood behind him. This feminine form made purely of blood that encases herself around Joseph, and she touches the skeletons and they fill back up with blood. But they don't get human features, they are just dolls of blood. And it shifts oddly, and the scene starts again. He's sitting in the living room, laughing with his family. And then his sister comes over and he's scared to touch her. He doesn't want to have to risk it again. She sits beside him and they talk, and he's scared, but he trusts this maternal figure, and he holds the hand of his sister and she liquefies in front of him. And the whole room just becomes bathed in blood until he is just sitting there, and the perspective kind of just shifts around him as it's a different living room filled with 4 different skeletons, into another room where he's just laughing to himself as if having a conversation with these people that are already dead around him, just existing. He's walking through the streets with skeletons past him. He himself just a figure of blood with this maternal source that just follows him around. And then the pyramid stops gushing blood. The floor is still red and wet, but the pyramid breaks and cracks, even though the white ivory pillar still sheds light. The light turns red as now that begins to seep blood into the city. And he now uses the blood. He saw how the figure behind him did it. He pushes it up. He tries to make these people again in front of him, as she did, and they're weaker. It's not right. They collapse. And he keeps walking and moving until there is Hunter, Irene, and V. And there's a hesitation there, but he has this maternal figure, and he moves over to them as they stand in front of the white pillar that flows blood towards him. He walks over and he smiles and laughs as he has this entire time. And he shakes the hand of Hunter, goes well until it liquefies entirely up his body, and Hunter just dissipates into the ground. And then he comes over to V and Irene, and he reaches out his hands as he does. He tries to get both of them into a hug. They stay strong, and he begins to melt as he turns to blood and falls to the ground. But before it all completely drips away, he knows he can control it. He pulls all of the blood back up into himself. But it's not as good as the maternal figure had made. It's like weaker and warped. It's different, but he's holding himself. And he keeps trying to like pat and shake hands and support, but each time it sloughs off, and he has to rebuild bits of himself. And then he wants to do better. This is not the version that these people deserve, and he pulls more and more blood into himself until he gets larger and larger. Then the perspective shifts again as he is holding the ivory pillar above his head. All of the blood that he had conjured into himself holding the pillar. And both Irene and V come to support, and they touch his shoulder and press his elbow, and he melts and starts to degrade and fall. But they're not trying to help. They're trying to get him out from under the pillar. And they pull and get to the skeleton underneath and get him out from underneath the pillar. It hits the ground in a splash of blood. And all that hits him turns him back into the original form of himself. And I think he looks at his own hands that are still just blood. And he sees Irene and V, and he sees the pillar. And I think he reaches out again, because that's all he's done is reach and melt. But when he touches them, nothing happens. And I think that's it.
The dreams our kindred all experience all at the same time progress in different speeds, different times, and as our kindred are all different ages, or different blood potencies, or different generations, they are asleep for different amounts of time. V, because you're the youngest, you awaken first from this dream, slipping out from these alternate choices into a world unknown to yourself, a room that is dark, that seems to have no ceiling, and just endlessly stretches up. And as you awaken here, you are at hunger zero, and
Oh no.
half of your aggravated wounds have been healed. Fully, not converted to superficial, they are fully healed.
Off. Okay. I've got an odd number.
Round up.
Lovely. Thank you.
As you awaken, your eyes open and take in this scene. It looks like a cathedral, a large one that you're inside of, with an endless roof, stretches into nothingness in the ceiling. And around you are a bunch of stone pillars, as well as pews and things stretched out. You are lying on one of these pews, uh, and sitting just you have a blanket that covers you, and sitting at your feet, with her head in a book, as always, is the cold, dead visage of Khadijah. Just simply turning the pages over and over as she does so. She nods, she whispers some words, turns the page.
Uh, Kadisha, God, I'm glad to see you. Where am I?
She doesn't turn her head to face you. She simply continues to read. She says, I wondered when you would wake up. For where you are, I cannot entirely say. That's what I'm trying to look up myself as well. But it is curious, this place. Very intriguing. I understand that you've been here quite some time.
She'll look around and go, are we in the labyrinth?
As you look around, there are collections of figures in different locations around this area. A few of them you've never seen before. They look like kine, perhaps, or people, and yet they are down here. It looks like a church very similar to the one that Irene took you to. Its visage is very similar. It's a bit cleaner, however, and there is actual cross of Jesus on the very far side. Khadijah is looking around as well, observing the area. The only other characters you recognize are Erictho, DeSable. You can see. You also see Tally in the far corner as well.
Of course. This man.
And as you're observing more carefully, you can also see the lovely Portia in the far back of the room, simply just
Ew.
watching everything
Lovely.
happening. She
Mhm.
gives you a little wink and a wave as you match eyes with her.
Where's Irene and Joseph?
Khadijah just points over. There are lumps of blankets just beyond you, several rows, where these other figures are seated around, observing. There's this warmth to this area that you haven't quite felt before in a while. It's empty. It's like an echo chamber almost in a lot of different ways. You can see the front door of the church is two big wooden doors, almost like this is a place outside what you usually expect. Again, as you look up towards the ceiling again, endless dark void that sits above you at all times. Khadijah just licks her finger and turns the page.
Yeah, V will jump up and just go towards Joseph and Irene, torpid bodies, and
It is slow moving as your body is still quite injured. You have this huge sword gash all across your torso that it's barely cleaned itself up. Your ribs are still shattered by the sword. So you sort of, as you leap up, Khadijah sort of, celerity grabs you and stops you from moving too quickly and says, hang on. They'll wake up soon. You just need to rest. They'll be fine.
oh, we fucked up. Well, we weren't expecting what happened to happen. We weren't expecting. Loden is still alive. Or is he? Oh God, I don't know.
Listen, this isn't the first time these sort of things have happened to you, and they won't be the last. What you need to do is you need to sit. You need to rest. Here, she gestures to this little tincture that she picks up. It's in a very fancy crystal sort of glass, almost like, potion sort of glass. And it has this thick black liquid in it, very viscous, and it just has a little note attached to it. Khadijah simply says, "I wasn't supposed to read it. I did. This is for you."
I'll open the note, I guess.
It's simply
If it's there, yeah.
it's one of those ones you just fold up, and it simply says, "Good luck with your mission." Signed, F.
Shit.
There's so many characters I forgot.
Fatima, girl.
Oh my
Mission.
God.
Mission F. Black sludge.
It's been a lot tonight, but
I
fuck.
gave you black tar heroin.
If Fatima gives you drugs, you take them.
Just at least it's not Mithras. Just be glad it's not an M. Get blood bonded, fool.
Yeah. As you sort of swirl this thing around and look at it, it's thick, viscous, and it's clearly some kind of blood. But it is black.
I'll look to Khadijah. I meant to drink this.
When you need to use it.
Okay, I'll put it down for now.
Queen behavior.
Wait for me to wake up.
Yeah, wait for me to taste this space.
Relax. Sit for a bit. Here, I brought you some books to read while we wait. She hands you some simple books to read. A few of them in different languages you may not understand, but it's something to keep the boredom away. It feels like an eternity passes, but who knows how long it actually is before, Joseph, I believe you are the next youngest. You are the one who awakens next, just as your dream finishes. You again awaken in this cathedral with the endless ceiling. And as you sort of open your eyes and look around, you first see your sire, Erictho, sort of turn towards you, and she gives you a sort of patient
look
smile.
better?
She still looks fairly weak, but she's looking better. She has more color in her
Good.
skin.
He'll like reach for her, I guess.
She sort of clasps your hand and sort of grips it with both of hers. And if you have the strength to sit up, she'll help you and assist you
sit up.
seating. You are seated in between Erictho and Desable in this current moment. Desable has a book. He is also reading on his side.
I think he looks between them both because he's like, "You're meant to be playing dead, Erictho." He's gonna look between them both and be like, "What?"
Erictho simply says, "You've been asleep for a little while, Joseph."
Why are you both here?
I didn't really know who to call other than my blood brother. Sorry. Desable waves his hand and says, "Look, if it is that important to you, you can make me forget about it once I've left this place."
Okay. And you brought me here, Erictho?
No, but I was told that you were here.
Oh. Okay. By who?
She gestures to this character that you've never met before. It's a woman who looks very much like Irene, but she wears like a black, almost a widow's wear in the corner. She's got her eyes almost permanently look like they are bleeding. And she sort of sits over Irene's body. Her arms are crossed, and she seems to be praying over Irene's torpid body.
I'm also at 0 hunger, right?
You are at 0 hunger, and half of your aggravated wounds are healed, rounded up.
Lovely. I'm gonna scribe a soul on that woman.
You absolutely can.
What?
I'm just like, who the fuck is that?
Irene didn't tell us about her girlfriend.
Okay, so Rails check, intelligence or specs versus
Intelligence or
composure, subterfuge.
Up my all specs recently.
Mm.
Six successes.
Yeah. She gets 13 successes. And as you do so, her eyes flick open. She looks at you. She does not smile. She does not blink. She knows that you've tried to do something.
How far away are we from each other? It's like smallish.
It's quite a bit of distance. It's a bit larger than you'd expect. So maybe like 30 feet, I want to say, approximately.
I'll just say, who are you?
She uncrosses her hands, simply set, and puts her hand around Irene's, takes a step around as she passes by Tally, who sort of, you can't see his expression. You can see this burn mark on the back of his bald head, however, as he sits there cross-armed. She makes her way around. Her shoes echo throughout this hallway as she makes her way through. It seems like every other sound, the rustling of blanket, is muted, but her footsteps are what echoes through.
Interesting.
And as she makes her way towards you, she stops. She actually gets down on her knees so that she can see you at a more appropriate level and folds her legs back. They call me Little Lamb.
How do you know Irene?
We know each other very well.
She never told me about you.
No, I didn't think so.
Oh. It's nice to meet you, Little Lamb. I'm Joseph.
It's lovely to meet you as well. She holds out her hand to shake yours.
There is a hand that comes out, and then he
Mm.
and then he'll go to shake her hand.
Yep. She gladly touches yours, but
Mhm.
you are cold and dead. She is
Yep.
so cold.
She is colder and deader.
Colder and deader than you. Whatever
I think
there is.
in that moment, he touches her, feels that she is colder, and is like, oh.
She
course.
shakes your hand gently, puts her
Mhm.
hand back. She's still kneeling there.
Did you bring us here?
With a little bit of help with your friend, I did, yes.
Who?
That Gangrel that was with you.
Ah, right. Thank you. What happened to the others that were there?
You're welcome. The others, I know not. I left that in the hands of whoever comes up across them.
Okay. Thank you. And he's going to look over V.
Yeah, at this point, like if V sees that he's up and awake, she's gonna like give him a second. But like the second he looks over, you are going to be attacked by a massive hug.
Yeah.
Joseph, I thought you were dead. Holy shit.
Another one of those like hug and then hesitance and then a proper connect.
Doesn't really give you time to hesitate.
Yeah. Yeah. V. Oh. I didn't even know where you were.
Last thing I remember is getting flung to a wall and hitting a sink, I think.
Oh.
I don't know. I attacked Nathaniel. I don't know if he's alive. I don't know if anyone's alive.
This is Nathaniel. Just a huge blade puncture in the chest. Like, yes, Nathaniel knows how to wield a sword. Okay, let's find out what's going on. And then he'll look at Little Lamb and be like, did you feed us your blood? I'm not hungry.
I did, yes.
Oh.
Okay. Have you fed any to Irene?
Yes, it should be taking effect soon. She will be all right. Please, sit and rest.
She's very strong. Do you have potent blood?
I believe I do, yes.
Okay.
How long have we been out for?
I'm not sure. You'll have to ask your friends.
Yeah, I'll look at Eric though immediately. How long was I gone?
He sort of frowns and
Look to
says...
Khadijah.
Khadijah and Eric though sort of answer at the same time. They say, you've all been out for about a month.
Oh.
I think this is the second time that he's been gone for a while, and Eric Tho has only come in for recovery. I think he's like, actually, I think this hits so much harder than any time before, not because Eric Tho betrayed him, but because he isn't like, oh my God, my husband.
Yeah.
I think he's like, oh, did anything happen in the city?
The Sable is the one who shakes his head and says, "No, there is surprising quiet. Perhaps it's because you three have been in torpor."
Surprised the city didn't fall without us. And he'll go over to Irene.
Irene is like her usual self. Like she has the sword. She still has part of the sword with her. It's this shattered blade.
Yeah.
Sort of half of it, and then it curves into this wicked, sharp inside, sort of curve up into a pointed edge. And she looks cold and in torpor, as she usually does when she sleeps. But the only thing you do notice is that there is the occasional very small flicker of the eyelids. She's dreaming of something.
Yeah, very strange. I think he's just going to stand near her.
Yeah. V will be next to you.
He'll look at Tally, I think.
He just gives you both a knowing look.
Yeah.
This time he doesn't smile.
Okay. I think there is a very slow and hesitant turn of his head to look at Portia.
Portia is just in the back. And as soon as you meet eyes with her, she gives you a little wave, but she doesn't move for anything else. Bit of a smile, that's all.
I think he thinks, just because he knows she's got that, why?
You get a simple response in your head. Because I like you.
I think he says, if you helped, thank you.
Don't mention it.
Who else is here? Khadijah is here as well.
I will say, after some time discussion, Irene, you also awaken from your slumber. In what feels like an eternity in this place. You're not sure what time is. Occasionally you fall asleep, occasionally you wake up. You're not sure if it's day cycles or something else strange going on. But eventually, you all are awake at the same time. And Irene, you awaken first to see Little Lamb, but also Joseph.
Most of them be like talking over the top of you, I think, of just being like, what ability lets you break weapons?
And I'd say those two are on top of you, in front of you. Little Lamb is just behind them, sort of giving them some space. And you can see Tally just by your feet, arms and legs crossed.
Her first instinct is to probably burst into tears, but knowing that there are other people here, I think she'll just look at a blade, notice that it's broken. She probably doesn't even remember what happened at all. You guys okay?
Are you okay? Oh God.
Yes, we're okay. We're okay.
Yeah.
Are you okay?
I'm okay.
Give me that. He'll grab your sword from you.
It's useless now. I don't know what you want with it.
I want to hold your hand, and he'll take it out of your hand and then grab one of yours.
Right, okay. I'm glad you're okay.
I'm glad.
Glad you're
Yeah. Who is Little Lamb?
Oh my
She's-
god, Joseph.
Why didn't you tell us?
What do you mean? She's a
She-
friend of mine.
She
She-
brought us here and saved our lives.
A
And I
pretty
didn't even
good
know she
friend.
existed.
You did?
He wasn't with us in the cave, in the labyrinth, but I guess you've seen her a lot more than just that one time.
Well,
I'm
look,
good with faces, but if we've seen her before,
you haven't seen her before, Joseph. You brought us here. You saved us.
Little Lamb behind them both, just keeping a distance, hands together in almost a prayer, gives a slow and gentle nod.
She's a very good friend, Joseph.
it's good to know now. He like whispers under his breath, like, Tally's here.
Thanks. I'll sit up properly.
Yeah, help you
Hmm.
out.
There'll be an assist.
Just look around at everyone.
You take in the entire space.
We've been gone a month.
Hmm.
It's not that long, all things considered.
Uh,
Um, Joseph being Joseph, we're like, okay, everyone, what? He's like hustling all the sides to him, like, okay, what do you all know about 1AK?
are you asking the group?
I'm asking everybody. We
Okay.
know. I'm
Well, you know he's
asking-
learning.
As you sort of express it out to everybody, Portia sort of gives a little bit of a smile and doesn't answer you. Whereas the others sort of look at each other and shake their heads. Khadijah is the only one who simply says, oh, sorry, Khadijah and Tally, the only two who are like, heard some rumors on the street about Kingpin drug dealer.
Be absolutely correct. He is one of the biggest Chicago drug dealers at the moment. He is also the reason that the city's fallen to shit. And he's the reason that we're in this condition.
The reason we keep fucking doing this shit.
Khadijah is still reading her book. It is Sable who answers and says, and you dealt with them, yes?
Yes, and
Did
he
we?
dealt with us. Last I saw of him, he was torpored on the ground.
We don't know what happened after
Need
that.
to talk to Duncan, I guess. If he brought us here, he knows what happens. What
Yeah.
happened?
And Little Lamb
I've
said
got-
that she was more worried about us than the other torpid canines about.
She nods and says, yes, that's
Mhm.
correct.
So our investigation's not done. And I don't know why you're all here in the nicest way.
There is a moment that you sort of mention this, that everyone sort of frowns slightly and looks at each other. Eric, though, is the first to speak, saying, well, I'm not entirely sure why I am here either.
We need to
Right.
leave
Wait.
now.
Yes.
We need to go. He's going to stand up and just go to the door.
better not be inside.
Yeah, as you open the door, you open it out into what looks like a sewer. You can easily recognize it as the Chicago sewer underneath the city. You're not sure exactly where it is, though.
We all need to go. You
Yeah,
don't
let's
think
look
it's
for a
strange that you were all
manhole.
brought to this location?
Khadijah is the one who shakes her head and says, no. I'm curious as to why, though. I would like the answers.
I
Did you
hope
just-
the answers don't kill us.
Did you just come here or were you asked?
Khadijah says it was calling in the blood.
Like a beckoning.
Yes, much like a
Oh.
beckoning. The Sable confirms. It says, yes,
Yeah.
I felt it too.
Shit.
So
I want to see what Portia looks like, see if she's vibing or if she's like,
Oh, she's got a smile on her face and she's sort of really curious. You can tell she's very open about the fact that she doesn't entirely know why
Oh no. Right.
She's
she's
just
here
enjoying it.
either, but she's really enjoying why they are this
Hmm.
way.
we're being played again.
Fuck.
Joseph, I don't know if we are.
Well, what do
What
you
do you
think
think?
it is?
We're all here. We're all safe for the time being. We were all placed in this situation so we could awaken safely.
By Little Lamb.
Yes. Is that an issue?
Did you willingly come here, Little Lamb?
This is my domain
Hmm.
here.
Okay, that makes sense.
You should sit and you should rest.
I
Did you
need-
beckon them?
How did you bring them here?
A thought, a calling.
So you beckon them. Okay.
Yes, I asked for help and help came.
He'll close the doors,
Yeah. Crisis averted.
walk
Please.
back over, sit down, and just
Sit.
like,
Oh, my bones.
we've been dealing with so many coincidences that turn into happenstances that are coordinated. I'm sorry for doubting the situation.
I do not blame you. I thought you would feel that way. And think that way.
How? Why?
I don't quite know how to describe it to you. I just can see the way that your blood shifts and moves, and I feel it.
You're very old, aren't you?
I think so. I've been asleep for
That
a long
answers
time.
that question. I think so is a dead given that you're fucking ancient.
Uh,
Thank
Okay.
you.
yeah, thanks.
No need
That's-
to thank me. The blood willed it, and I listened to the blood.
Cool.
Um, I don't know whether to reveal this information. Mind you, it's everyone
Reveal
that we
it.
trust. He's like, okay, with that not crisis handled, back to 1AK. He is the one, all of you are aware of the increasing sect conflict.
Nods around the room.
Good. He is the one facilitating it. It was a murder of a thin blood framed to be Damien. You have confirmation that it was him framing Damien that would increase conflict. He was the one that created the list and gave it to Genghis,
Mm.
who handed it to the prince. That also increased Anarch
Yeah.
conflict. He
He's,
is behind all of it.
he's supposedly working with Maxwell as well.
The Sable speaks up to say, so increase sectarian tension to create a war to what?
Destabilize the entire city so
And-
that, as V said, Maxwell may come in and seize control.
Or himself, even at this
Or
point.
himself,
To
as they say.
dethrone.
As they say in the old Book of Cain, 3 princes residing over a tower. Maxwell, I just forgot his name, Loden, and Prince Jackson.
The Tremere and the Banu Hakim all nod knowingly. They probably know the passage you speak of.
Mhm.
quite well versed in those sorts of things. They read lots. Khadijah.
So it was to destabilize, to get someone else, get Prince Jackson out.
Khadijah says, and it sounds like you dealt handily with it. They're in torpor, yes?
As far as we know.
We put him into
Only Duncan
torpor.
knows.
Yeah.
Well, all I can tell is that you three are here and not them.
That's true.
So if they're in
Yeah.
torpor, hopefully we don't have to deal with that for another 100 years or so.
No. We're
think he
solving
needs
this
to-
problem. We're
Yeah.
not letting it sit.
I don't think you're in any condition to deal with this right now.
No. Who said that? Khadijah?
Mm.
Yeah. No, but you seem in the right fit form to do so.
I can
Look, we've been in worse shape
try.
before. Well, maybe
I
not
can
worse shape.
locate him.
shape.
Oh, I should say 1IK is Loden.
Tally nods
Yeah.
as if this sort of clicks a few things into place. Portia shrugs, couldn't care less. But some of the others sort of look at each other a bit more concerned.
Mhm.
The city, while he's been here for so long, is suffused with his blood.
I'm sorry, what?
When I tried to touch him or move him, I met resistance as if blood bonded. And
Wait.
I've never seen him since the war. And I've never fed from him.
It's an old school tactic.
One that none of us were aware of until now.
Oh,
I think he looks at Eric though, just in a Kana way. He looks Kana. No, not cuddly.
My
not
lord!
No,
We're not Giovanni!
No.
Wits insight, please. And Eric, though.
Wits. Oh, I have 0 hunger.
Irene and V, what are you two doing in this moment?
V's tapping at her phone at the pocket that she. I'm assuming she's still wearing her normal clothes.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
have your normal clothes. Bit
Tapping
ripped
at her
and torn.
phone, assuming that there'll be no reception here,
There is
but
no reception.
desperately wanting to call nearly everyone she knows. Michael, Damien, a whole bunch of people, just anyone who she can find any information of explain what the hell's just happened.
7 with the crit.
Josephine,
critical-
for fuck.
You look at Eric though, and as you do so, the way that she looks back at you and Desable is not the way that Desable looks at you. The way that Desable looks at you is a unifying member of the Tremere. Therefore, he is glad you're alive. Eric, though, has no consideration of your position in the Tremere or Desable's or her own. She's just here because she wants you to be alive.
Oh, awesome.
But that goes deeper than that. You can tell that she does not have the same care for Kana that you do. So that does not mean that she is
Yeah.
House Tremere. It just means she doesn't have the same.
It just means, yeah, he already picked up that she
Yeah.
wasn't like Kana, go girl. But it was just like, I think women should be in the Tremere clan kind of energy. How does she respond to the whole? Oh, so she's not super like fussed by the whole blood bond thing if she's not like Kana never get bonded.
She seems more concerned about the now,
Okay, cool. Got it.
about your health and safety right now.
That's nice. That's good.
Is there any last questions to any of these characters you'd like before we wrap up our session? V?
I think V would just ask, how long do you think this is going to take before we should be able to, before you will let us leave this place and finish our shit?
I assume this is a little lamb.
Just to the group, but yeah, to Little
Yeah.
Lamb mostly.
Little lamb simply looks at you like she's looking through you. Simply says, "You can either rest here and leave at any time you wish, or you can have some more of my blood to fully recover yourself. Although I'm not sure what will happen if you drink more than you should."
I think there is a slow turn to look at Irene. This stranger.
It's fine. It's really fine, Joseph. Trust me.
Ladies first.
Any other final questions?
Um,
Or would you like a
He's-
week to think? Oh, okay.
He's in an emotional enough state that he would look at Eric though and just ask, why did you wait?
Wait for what?
Me. A month?
Yeah.
I've been alive for hundreds of years, Joseph. A month isn't that long.
I visit you at least once a week, once every 2 weeks. Why did you wait?
I have to be annoying and break the scene because I don't know exactly what you're asking.
He's just hurt because
Yeah.
he sees her all the time
Mm.
and like the answer is basically like she has so much shit going on and she just can't babysit Joseph. He like understands why. He's just hurt.
So you're
Because, like-
asking why did she wait to come see you?
Why did it take her a full month to realize I was gone?
No, to be clear, she's been here the whole month.
Oh.
All of these
Oh.
people have been here this entire month.
Oh, I
Sorry,
thought it was,
I didn't
they
I didn't
just
explain it
walked
very
in
well.
Yesterday,
good.
and they're
You,
just
they
like,
have been here this whole time, whether out of their own volition or through some supernatural beckoning of the blood.
Aw.
Got it. Okay, that changes everything.
Sorry. Now we're clear on that. Yeah.
Got it. Yeah, because last time when they were taken for like a month and moved around and shit, he was like, "It's been a hot minute. Why'd you take so?" Okay, cool. Thank you for pointing that out.
That's fine.
Oh my god, what's the state of Chicago if they've been here for a whole
That's yeah.
month?
Irene, any questions or
I
anything?
don't think she'll talk to anyone. She's
Hmm.
still wrapped up in her own
Shaking.
memories. I don't know, she's just sort of rolling some rosary beads around in her fingers, muttering things to herself.
I think at that
Stuff like that.
point, Tally will pick up the sword that you've discarded on the side that Joseph probably put down next to you.
Mhm.
Look at it, run his finger along the crude edge that's been carved into it and says, flips it over, stabs it into the bench next to you and says, "Nah, it's not broken. It's as sharp as ever.
It's just a little bit short, that's all.
That's all. Means you just got to get closer."
It's not a problem.
That sword is you, my girl. Even
Yeah.
beaten down the way that it is. Sharp and as strong as ever.
You might be right, yeah.
I'm always right. He'll stand up and he'll actually leave. Walks his way through. Gives you both a bit of a nod as he passes his way through. Hands in pockets, steps out of the area. And I think, unless there's
Yeah.
anything else,
I think it just a general. Is the prince okay?
yes. Eric, though, can force a premonition as best she can, and so can Khadijah and some of these other characters, to tell you the condition of Chicago. And we will tell you that next week on Chicago by Night. So, whew, breathe, everybody.
Don't need
Thank
to.
Fuck. Got him. Got me. Nice work, everybody.
Yeah.
That was a great session. Let's fantastic roleplay all around. Fantastic. Love those dreams. Well done.
Woof.
Yeah, woof.
Woof.
Let's
Just sitting here sobbing. But
let's
Like,
let's get back into our human selves by introducing ourselves and where we can find you, starting with you, V.
Oh goodness. I am Phoebe. I've been playing V, the not Coteries Banner Hakim. Yeah, I'm at Sherbrooke Waters at all things. I stream on Mondays on my channel, and I play lovely games with these lovely people. My goodness. Check them out, they're awesome.
Hi, I'm Beck. I play Irene the Sombra. She's cool. Oh god. You can find me at Zeit Poltergeist here and on Twitter. I run a Dark Ages game with Ethan and Phoebe here and a couple of other people on Mondays. I'm here on Thursdays, and I actually am. There's an application form if you want to join a game set in the French Revolution that I'm running probably at some point next month. Ethan and I are planning it together. It's going to be short. It's going to be very, very political indeed, and it's going to be super fun. I'm almost finished planning it, so yeah, getting excited for that.
hell yeah. I'm Jack. I've been playing Joseph Martinez, House Kana, Tremere Primogen, the Prince's Warlock, Seneschal of Thinbloods, and Expectant Sire. I am Dr. Radiance on Twitter, at some point on YouTube. And I like games.
Hell yeah. I am Ethan the Storyteller, but you already knew that. Please follow these wonderful people on all their social medias, catch up with what they're doing, and check out more games that they're going to be in on this channel and in future things as well. They're all wonderful people. Please get them into your games, hire them for your games, because you'll
Please.
never get better role players. So,
Which game?
yeah, exactly. They want the game too, please.
Yes, game.
Get them in there, because you'll love it. All right. That's been our Chicago by Night session, session 35, The One-Eyed King. We'll see you next week, hopefully. Some more Vampire the Masquerade as we wrap up this chronicle.
Oh, the
Oh.
marathon is like in its last leg, man.
I can see the finish line
Now,
now.
let's take on the Second Inquisition.
Fuck yeah!
All right. We'll see you all next time for more Vampire the Masquerade. See you later.